30 FPS. 2 мегабита он, 4, да? Килобайт в секунду. 1, 2, 3, 4. Раз, два, три.
Да подожди, ты ж дослушай. Ну, мне только...
Раз, два, три. 1, 2. Раз, все. Супер.
председателю оргкомитета.
Колеги, до уваги. Шановні колеги, до уваги. Дозвольте щиросердечно привітати всіх учасників третьої міжнародної науково-технологічної конференції «Вугільна промисловість України в умовах декарбонізації» і від імені комітету оголосити про початок нашої конференції. Давайте привітаємо один одного. Шановні колеги, як ви розуміли, конференція проходить в залі Наукової ради Технічного університету Дніпровська політехніка, який в цьому році відзначає своє 120-річчя. Організаторами конференції є Національна академія наук, Міністерство енергетики і вугільної промисловості України, компанія ДТЕК, компанія «Донецьксталь», Національний технічний університет, Інститут геотехнічної механіки Національної академії наук. Серед партнерів, міжнародних партнерів нашої конференції є Європейська асоціація кам'яного та бурового вугілля «Єврокол» і ще багато інших. І є присутні, це Головний інститут гірництва Польщі. На адресу учасників конференції надіслали свої привітання генеральний секретар Європейської асоціації кам'яного та бурового вугілля «Єврокол» Брайан Рікетс, президент Національної академії наук Борис Патон, міністр енергетики та вугільної промисловості України Ігор Насалік, генеральний директор компанії «ДТЕК» Максим Тімченко, генеральний директор компанії «Донецьксталь» Ільдар Салєєв. Серед учасників конференції присутні генеральний секретар Європейської асоціації кам'яного бурового вугілля «Єврокол» Рікетс Брайан, програмний менеджер Генеральної дирекції дослідження і розробки Європейської комісії Родостіна Петрова, директор по видобутку вугілля компанії «ДТЕК Енерго» Михайло Барабаш, генеральний директор компанії «Донецьксталь» Салєєв Ільдар, генеральний консул Федеративної Республіки Німеччини Вольфганг Місінгер, генеральний директор компанії «ДТЕК Доброполье вугілля» Юрій Чередніченко, з вашого дозволу, він сьогодні є спікером також нашої конференції, голова Федерації роботодавців паливно-енергетичного комплексу України Анатолій Татарінов, керівник комерційного відділу Посольства Великої Британії Роберт Дін, професор Фрайбурзької гірничої академії Німеччина Карстен Дребенштедт, Олександра Томчак, координатор політики Євросоюзу щодо вугілля, ринків роздрібного продажу електроенергії та газу нашої Генеральної дирекції Євроенергетика Єврокомісії, Константин Автономов, голова правління Асоціації вугільних підприємств України, Аліція Хрижмень, голова Комітету з технічних досліджень «Єврокол», Ірина Вірбіцька, керівник Департаменту з екологічної безпеки компанії «ДТЕК», Владислав Вернігора, менеджер Департаменту з технічного розвитку компанії «ДТЕК Енерго», Віктор Левіт, директор з капітального будівництва «Донецьксталь» компанії, Лукаш Калінський, відповідний підрозділ фінансово-економічного аналізу компанії напрямку дирекції енергія Єврокомісії. Сергій Воронін, генеральний директор «Павлоградвугілля», Анна Зволікевич, представник ДТЕК в Брюсселі, Анатолій Булат, академік, директор Інституту геотехнічної механіки Національної академії наук України. Давайте їх привітаємо щиросердечно. Шановні колеги, ви отримали відповідні матеріали, і ви знаєте, що основне засідання буде проходити, пленарне засідання в цій залі, зала номер 1. Поруч зала 102 з 15 години буде засідання Комітету з технічних досліджень і розробок «Єврокол». В конференц-залі 3 сьогодні з 11:30 буде проходити, це другий поверх, аудиторія 60, семінар щодо практик уловлювання та використання метану вугільних шахт. Наскільки багато було цікавих, і академік Булат Анатолій Федорович цікаво провів ці засідання. Уже вчора вона почалася робота, але сьогодні є шанс ще обговорити. Завтра в цій залі відбудеться круглий стіл «Економічна диверсифікація вугільних регіонів, виклики та шляхи їх подолання». Шановні колеги, у нас є шанс обговорити всі проблеми використання вугілля в сучасних умовах, отримати відповідну інформацію, а саме головне – зрозуміти координати дії, і ви впевнені, ви знаєте, що ми з цього приводу приймемо відповідне комюніке, яке дозволить нам зрозумітися і системно опрацьовувати спільно з нашими європейськими партнерами, спільно з нашою високотехнологічною компанією ДТЕК, науковцями, освітянами і підготовка кадрів, і ефективне використання родовищ України. З вітанням до нас звертається генеральний секретар Європейської комісії кам'яного і бурового вугілля Єврокол Брайан Ріккетс. Вітаємо.
Thank you, Professor Pivniak, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you didn't say that I'm the Secretary General of the European Commission. I'm not. That's how it came through the interpretation. It's only Secretary General of the European Association for Coal and Lignite, and it's a privilege to be here this morning. I enjoyed a meal on the quay at Goretz or Horetz on the water, on the river last evening. There were two gentlemen there, Viktor and Vladimir. They're here in Dnipro working on the metro, the new metro extension. I think three new stations are being built. And here in Kiev, there's a vibrancy. Things are happening, things are changing, and change has to be good. So I'm very pleased to be here. Look forward to giving you a presentation about the coal industry later in the day. And thank you, Professor Bivniak. Thank you.
Шановні колеги, з вітанням до нас звертається директор з видобутку вугілля компанії ДТЕК «Енерго» Михайло Барабаш. Вітаємо вас.
Добрый день, уважаемый Геннадий Григорьевич, Юрий Яковлевич, мистер Брайан, уважаемые участники конференции. Ну, наверное, несмотря на то, что все происходит, конференция собирается третий раз, ей не мешают ни выборы, ни смена власти, ни какие-то другие политические события. Это говорит уже только это о ее большом и высоком статусе. В этом году конференция особенная, мы расширили число участников. К нам присоединились коллеги с Донецк стали, и с минуты на минуту здесь будет генеральный директор, мой коллега Ильдар Салеев. Второй день конференции посвящен встрече мэров, развитию городов, развитию перспектив в наших угольных регионах. И это тоже замечательно, потому что кроме разговоров о будущем и развития каких-то трендов, надо обязательно помнить о том, как живут наши люди, как развиваются наши города и куда мы идем дальше. Я хотел бы передать всем наилучшие теплые пожелания от генерального директора компании ДТЕК Максима Викторовича Тимченко и генерального директора компании ДТЕК «Энерго» Сахарука Дмитрия Владимировича. Они уверены, что конференция внесет свой позитивный вклад и в развитие и декарбонизации, и угольной отрасли, и именно то, что я говорил в середине своего выступления, именно развитие наших городов и людей, которые живут в наших городах в присутствии. Я обращаюсь со словами благодарности к устроителям Геннадию Григорьевичу, к Юрию Яковлевичу, ко всему коллективу Национального технического университета и желаю всем плодотворной и хорошей конференции. Спасибо.
Спасибо. В подсказке Михаила Барабаша прозвучало, что расширено число участников, и поэтому мы особенным образом приветствуем представителей Китая во главе с мэром города Ли. Они такой серьезной делегацией сегодня здесь, посещают наше предприятие, компанию ДТЕК «Уголь». Давайте их приветствуем. Уважаемые коллеги, воспользовавшись высоким собранием, позвольте сделать еще один акцент. За уникальные технологические решения, которые связаны с разработкой угольных месторождений с переходом высокоамплитудных технологических нарушений, компания ДТЭК в числе авторами Михаил Барабаш, Сергей Воронин, Виталий Пилюгин, Василий Снегур, Сосун Мыкчан с участием представителей ученых Днепровской политехники Сергеем Гапеевым, Александром Солодянкиным и Михаилом Выгодиным получили государственную премию Украины в области науки и техники 2018 года. Эта премия была вручена президентом Национальной академии наук Борисом Евгеньевичем Патоном и министром образования, но в силу обстоятельств, связанных с зарубежной командировкой наших коллег, они не получили все эти дипломы. И поэтому позвольте от имени, по поручению президента Национальной академии наук Бориса Евгеньевича Патона, с которым я встречался в понедельник, передать сердечные пожелания и приветствия представителям компании ДТЭК, ученым нашего университета за уникальный результат, который достигнут в освоении месторождения, продления жизненного актива шахт компании ДТЭК Павлоград уголь и вручить им премию государственную, лауреата государственной премии Украины в области науки и техники 2018 года. Михаил Барабаш. Шановні колеги, ми щиро сердечно вітаючи вас в нашому університеті, бажаємо вас привітати за участю наших студентів. Будь ласка, прийміть це вітання учасникам конференції. Друге вітання. Друге вітання. Шановні колеги, ми починаємо нашу програму і наш протокол. Перший виступ програмного менеджера Генеральної дирекції дослідження та розробки Європейської комісії Радостіна Петрова. Це виступ програми Європейського Союзу з досліджень та інновацій в енергетичному секторі, дослідницький фонд та сталі. Доповідь була підготовлена, мав на увазі виступити Єрме Марта в силу відповідних причин. Цей матеріал представляє Радостіна Петрова. Щиро вітаємо вас.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to present to you the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. I work as a program manager on that fund, and first, before to start with my presentation, I would like to recall several facts to you. The first is that coal supplies provide almost 1/3 of worldwide energy resources. Second, in 2017, the European lignite industry produced almost 380 million tons of lignite, which allowed it to keep its prominent position in the lignite industry, while the production of charcoal continues its declination. And last but not least, coal industry in Europe provides jobs to more than 240,000 people. And at the same time, within this transition period, this sector tries to achieve and being compliant with the targets of the Paris Agreement. And the role of Europe is to support this transition by different types of activities as well as by different funding instruments. One of these instruments is the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. In 1951, the Treaty of Paris was signed and established the European Community for Coal and Steel. It operated much more than 50 years, while in 2002, a new treaty was signed, the City of Nizza. By that time, the resources of, and the assets of European Coal and Steel Community were around 1.8 billion. With the Treaty of Nizza, new way of operation was established and the Research Fund for Coal Steel started its operation. The first call was announced in 2003. Since that period, we have granted more than 700 million euro on behalf of European coal and steel sectors, which in total counts more than 1 billion euro spending for both European sectors. Currently, we are managing of around 300 grant agreement in both sectors, and each year we have an annual call. Thank you very much. We have an annual call of around 40 million on average. Our beneficiaries are coming from industry. These are universities, research centers, and many other institutions. This is not the only funding instrument of European Union. It's only complementary to, probably known to most of you, Horizon 2020, co-regions and transitions, and many other instruments. The grant amount of research fund and coal and steel is divided to both sectors, to coal and to steel. This division is set up within the signed in this Protocol 37, and as you see, almost 1/3 of the annual grants goes to support the coal sector. Sorry. No. Can you help me to move one side? No, backwards. No. Up. Thank you. Okay. We are supporting 3 different types of activities. These are research projects, pilot and demonstration projects, and accompanying measures. What are our expectations in this type of projects I will discuss later on, but for now it's important to focus on the thresholds of co-funding which exist. The highest threshold is for accompanying measures where we are financing almost the total amount requested, 100%. While for research and pilot and demonstration projects, the threshold is a bit different. Also, you see the criteria according to which the applying consortium are eligible or not. For research projects, in order to be eligible, the applicant must unite at least 3 different independent legal entities from at least 2 different European countries. While for the other 2 groups, consortium should present at least 2 independent legal entities established in 2 different European member states. For research projects, we are searching and supporting specific projects which provide solutions for specific scientific and technical programs, as well as demonstrating economic and scientific technological impact of the results. Usually, these are projects at the earliest TRL, which are targeting verification of the concept and its upscaling up to laboratory level. Pilot and demonstration projects come at the highest levels. They're bridging the gap between research, innovation, and market. Usually, these projects are upscaling the product. It might be also application, service, up to industrial level and preparing its further market deployment. We do not expect to have any significant research efforts put in this project, but much more focus on the construction and industry tests. And finally, the third type of activity, these are accompanying measures. They are targeting valorization of already achieved results, dissemination, activities such as attending conferences, publication of papers, and of course, spreading around the best practices and knowledge we have obtained up to the moment. The second important question is who can participate in our program? And the answer comes very naturally. It is any legal entity established in one of the member states. However, entities established outside European Union can also participate and are eligible to be part of the consortium. However, they are not entitled to any financial support. Typical project for RFCS lasts on average 3 to 4 years, but just keep this as a kind of orientation. These are not mandatory borders. For example, accompanying measures usually last between a year and a half and 2 years. These are shorter projects, while research and demonstration projects can last even longer than 4 years. The average funding is around 1 to 2 million, but we are strongly supporting projects of a bigger consortium with larger amount. Normally, consortiums unite 5 to 8 participants, but also I will remind you that these are not the limits. For example, now I'm managing a project with 16 partners and it goes pretty well. Our program is trying to get closer and closer to Horizon 2020 and to upcoming Horizon Europe. Before 2018, we were evaluating our proposals against 4 different criteria. But since 2018, the criteria for evaluating the proposals and scoring them for their sequencing in ranking list became 3. And these are the same criteria which are in Horizon 2020. These are excellence, impact, quality, and efficiency of implementation. However, there is one difference. We are providing one extra bonus point. Actually, it's not us. These are the evaluating experts who provide this point if the proposal clearly demonstrates that it complies with one of the defined annual priorities. And in case of equal score, we are using the cascade mechanism where the priority is given to the criteria of excellence. Each year, the advisory group and also the program committee of the fund advise and help us to establish the priorities. There are different priorities for both sectors, and here you see the co-annual priorities for 2019. This year, there will be 3 annual priorities. The first one focuses on the initiative co-regions in transition, while the second and the third focus on the pilot and demonstration projects, accompanying measure, as well as some project addressing occupational health and safety or environmental risks. These priorities are changed every year, and for example, here you see that for steel this year there will be only one priority. I already mentioned that not only beneficiaries from European Union participate in our conference, and here is one ongoing project in the coal sector, which has a beneficiary from Ukraine. This is the Kharkov State University. The coordinator of this project is ArcelorMittal's Research Center in France, and there are also beneficiaries from Germany, Spain, and Poland. Before to finish with my presentation, I would like to tell you that this year the COA has already announced a couple of days ago, and you can find the current info pack as well as all priorities and forms for application on the new funding and tender portal of the European Commission, as well as there is a link pointing to this portal at RFCS internet space. Also, I would like to mention that European Commission is currently doing its best to support the vivid operation of the program, and this goes into a couple of directions. For example, we are trying to change our legal base and to update the objectives of the program to make them more in line with the current political changes. Also to ensure operation of the program and providing of around 40 million euros for annual grants. And finally, to open possibilities and the doors for a huge research initiative, which are calling Big Ticket. And this initiative targets to develop new, more energy efficient and carbon-free technologies in both sectors. Additionally, there is another ongoing call which was funded and made due to the help and support of the European Parliament, which which is also announced on our website, and the deadline for closing this call is in July. The objective of this call is to explore abilities for different funding as well as sequencing of projects. I think by saying all this, I briefly succeeded to present Research Fund for Coal and Steel to all of you. Should you have any questions, I am here to answer to them. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. До виступу запрошується Брайан Рікетс, генеральний секретар Європейської асоціації кам'яного-бурового вугілля «Юрокол». Тема виступу – «Змінюючі образи вугілля. Огляд стратегічного порядку денного, проведення досліджень для майбутніх інституцій». Будь ласка.
Thank you again, Professor Bivniak, and thank you to the European Commission for outlining the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I'm a mechanical engineer. I've got a presentation as well, but I'm a mechanical engineer. I've worked for GE, the US company, Alstom, which was an Anglo-French company, on power plant projects around the world, as well as for a UK coal mining company on a coal gasification project. After that, I was with the International Energy Agency. Now I'm with Eurocol, the European Association for Coal and Lignite, where we have 26 members from 15 countries, including DTEC here in Ukraine. thank you to DTEC for your help in organising today's meeting. The association monitors European coal markets, but more importantly, European environment and energy policies. Today, those policies relate mainly to climate and the EU's ambitious climate policy to decarbonise the economy by 2050. In the European Commission's vision of the future, Europe will be powered by wind and sun. Steel making will use hydrogen, not coking coal. Our cars will be powered by electricity, so no need for liquid fossil fuels. What's called sector coupling means that our homes will be heated not with oil or gas, but with electricity using heat pumps, or with synthetic natural gas made from electricity. Coal mining and coal-fired power generation will have to come to an end. Materials will be recycled within what's called a circular economy, so that we mine less raw materials. Cement will be made by some process which doesn't emit CO2, so some other calcination process. This is all outlined in a long-term strategic vision called A Clean Planet for All. It's an all-electric world with copious quantities of clean electricity from renewable sources. According to the European Commission's estimates, this vision will cost roughly $10 trillion, an enormous sum of money. And many are now talking about a Green New Deal. Although I would say only a minority support that massive amount of public spending. It certainly hasn't passed the US Senate, where everybody voted against it. This week in the UK, the Prime Minister signed up to net zero emissions by 2050, and the UK government will shortly table the necessary legislation to amend its Climate Act. Things that mattered in the past seem no longer to matter. Security of energy supply, not a problem. We can use smart grids. Diversity of energy sources, wind and solar, backed up by imported gas, will do just fine. Energy prices, no worries. Wind and solar have zero marginal cost. At the European level, the coal industry has little support. Only the politicians who represent coal mining regions and with coal power plants have any concerns about what's called the energy transition, or Energiewende in German. In response to them, the European Commission offers a just transition for coal miners. When mines close, coal miners should be compensated or offered other employment in new economic sectors, and the European Commission will speak on that later. The reality is that most of our energy still comes from fossil fuels. They are a leftover from the Industrial Revolution. By now, we should have fully electrified our economies, with electricity too cheap to meter from nuclear power stations. That never happened, although we do spend still enormous sums of money on nuclear fusion in the hope that it will. Fossil fuels, including coal, supply 85% of global energy needs. Wind and solar account for less than 1%. All reputable projections show a continuing annual demand of more than 7 billion tons of coal over the coming decades to 2040. And there is plenty of coal in the world, enough proven reserves for 130 years, and unproven resources are 10 times bigger than that. So we're not about to run out of coal. If we're serious about solving the global climate challenge, then there will be a market for low-emission clean coal technologies, especially carbon capture and storage. Coal is not mined to pollute the planet. We mine it because it's great for making electricity. Almost 40% of global electricity supply comes from coal, and around 20% in the European Union. The benefits of having electricity available 24/7 are incalculable. During my lifetime, life expectancy in OECD countries has risen by 10 years. We're living healthier, we're living longer because we have access to energy to make our lives easier, more productive, and better than our grandparents could ever have imagined. This is what coal production and trade looked like last year in Europe. The most significant production of hard coal was in Poland with 63 million tons, followed by Ukraine with 33 million. The brown bars show lignite production, which is still a major industry in many countries. Germany is the world's largest producer of lignite, with 166 million tons last year. Now, the recent Kohler Commission report to the German federal government recommends phasing out coal for power generation in Germany by 2038. The green bars are coal imports, dominated by Germany and Turkey. And where do these coal imports come from? Well, last year, Russia was again the number one source, with probably more than half of coal coming from Russia, followed by the USA. This picture of coal use in Europe has changed a lot over the years, and it will change in the future. The trend has been downwards, and yet the European Union sits on massive coal reserves. We do not have much oil and gas. Production from the UK and Dutch sectors of the North Sea is in steep decline, and Norway's oil and gas sits outside of the EU. 92% of European Union's energy reserves, that's conventional energy reserves, are in the form of coal and lignite, 37 billion tons of coal equivalent. In Europe, coal is mainly used for power generation, although the steel industry does remain an important customer. This chart shows the mix of energy sources used for power generation by different countries ranked by their dependency on coal. At the top of the list is Estonia. It actually burns shale rock, not coal, but it burns it in the same way that others burn coal. Poland is more dependent than China on coal for its power generation. Unlike China, Poland has no nuclear power, although it wishes to in the future, and very little hydropower. Coal is king in Poland. About 40% of Germany's electricity comes from coal, despite the country's massive investment in green energy sources over the last 2 decades. However, as I've said, Germany wishes now to phase out coal by 2038 and is already phasing out nuclear power by 2022. Another country that's interesting on this chart is Denmark. A large amount of its electricity now comes from wind power, mainly offshore wind turbines located in the North Sea. These do deliver a remarkable amount of energy, with load factors always of above 30% and often near to 50% from the large arrays in the sea. Even so, Denmark still relies on coal when there is no wind. Over the years, the share of coal in EU power mix has dropped from 40% in 1990 to around 20% today. It's declined, firstly because of the collapse of heavy industry in the former Soviet states, and secondly because of the ongoing economic crisis in Europe that hit coal demand especially hard in Spain and Greece. Climate policy has had relatively little impact so far. "15 European countries have announced that they wish to phase out coal. I won't read them all, but it's a long list. One might imagine that that was a recent decision, something to do with climate policy, perhaps. In truth, it's the continuation of an historic trend. The UK, for example, says it will end coal use for power generation by 2025, when Drax stops burning coal. In fact, coal production peaked there over 100 years ago in 1913 and has been in decline ever since. And the same is true in other countries, such as Germany, which also industrialized in the 19th century. This chart shows coal use for power generation in the UK. In recent years, it's hovered around 50 million tonnes per year. Then, in April 2013, the UK government introduced a unilateral carbon tax. Coal use for power generation slumped. So we know what will happen to coal demand in the EU when carbon prices go above 20 euros per tonne of CO2. Last year, European carbon allowance prices tripled because of action taken by the European Commission and the European Parliament. And prices have continued to rise this year, reaching 27 euros per tonne of CO2 in mid-April. So like in the UK, we can now expect to see a massive shift from coal to gas across much of Europe. As a consequence, in some member states, the coal industry will fade away and will have to be replaced with alternative employment opportunities. In other regions, particularly the brown coal regions, where indigenous coal and imported coal remains economic, there will be a longer-term role for coal. Firstly, to balance intermittent renewables, like in Denmark. And also, secondly, to make Europe the leading location for carbon innovation. Society will continue to use carbon, even if the European Union is committed to eliminating carbon emissions. With the shift in policy away from coal, the objectives of coal-related research must evolve. Research into health and safety will remain as important as ever, alongside mining productivity, energy efficiency, and environmental protection. But the overriding priorities now are the preservation of natural resources and the elimination of carbon emissions. As many countries outside of the EU will continue to rely on coal for many decades to come, coal research has to have an international dimension as well. We cannot ignore high efficiency, low emission power generation. The rest of the world is going down that route: the USA, Japan, South Korea, China, and others. They all focus on research into this technology as they're convinced that it will help them meet their climate policy objectives. There can also be no doubt that carbon capture and storage will be needed. So Europe must get on with the dozen CCS projects promised back in 2008. EU policy can be summarized with just one word: decarbonisation. We can see already that coal researchers have made much progress, whether it's in the production of methanol from CO2 or the production of synthetic natural gas, which can be stored in underground voids, perhaps even in abandoned mines. There are many new and exciting ideas already in progress. We can do more, and with the right incentives, these technologies can be rolled out. By repurposing our energy assets, the coal industry can play an important part during the energy transition, making sure that energy supply remains secure and affordable. You can read more about these technologies in this brochure, which is part of the Coaltech 2051 project supported by the European Union. And what I'd also ask you to do is to help us by completing this survey. It's an online survey, and what we need is your views on the future of coal R&D. So please take the time to do that for us. We need research that will help the coal industry to navigate the energy transition. There's a growing surplus of renewable energy, especially at midday when the sun is shining. And that means that we need novel approaches to energy storage. Gasification can help with recycling materials. And with that, the coal industry has a unique opportunity, because who else has the experience of handling solid materials with irregular shapes and with different chemical properties? The gasification of coal with biomass and waste can be the front end to a new economic model where nothing is wasted, including CO2. Everything can be recycled into useful products, including liquid fuels. We also need to support technologies with a global impact. Unilateral action by the EU alone cannot solve the climate challenge. So we need to continue work on carbon capture and storage with our non-EU partners, because without a solution for the 7 billion tons of coal that are being used around the world, there can be no climate solution. If there's just one thing that I would like you to remember from my presentation today, then let it be this. Less than 1% of global energy supplies come from wind and solar. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Privniak, thank you very much. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо. К выступлению приглашается Михаил Барабаш, директор здобичі угля компанії ДТЕК Енерго. Тема виступу – ДТЕК – комплексний підхід до декарбонізації. Будь ласка.
Добрый день еще раз, уважаемые коллеги. Наверное, очень символично, что компания, производящая уголь, являющаяся крупнейшим производителем и газовой марки в Украине, и не только в Украине, учитывая мощности пластов, говорит о декарбонизации. Говорит на конференции, посвященной углю, и, как мы сегодня видим, этот тренд касается всех. Поэтому, с вашего позволения, я начну. В 2018 году в атмосферу Земли было выпущено 37 миллиардов тонн углекислого газа как следствие сжигания нефти, угля и природного газа. Я попытаюсь в ходе моего доклада ознакомить вас с позицией компании ДТЕК в мероприятиях, которые мы реализуем для сокращения количества выбросов. На этом слайде мы хотели показать существующий тренд, о котором говорил уже уважаемый господин Брайан. Действительно, отчет 2018 года Международного агентства говорит, что постепенно путь угля смещается с запада на восток. И потребление, как ни странно, продолжает расти, о чем он тоже говорил, и наши доклады в этом частично перекликаются. Действительно, это настораживающий тренд, который говорит, что вопреки курсу использования ветроэнергии, энергии солнца, гидроэнергии, по-прежнему мировые державы не могут заменить действующие энергетические системы на менее углеродно ориентированные источники энергии. Хотя эта работа идет постоянно. Мы видим на этих графиках, что в основном лидируют, соответственно, в этом вопросе рынки Азии, ну и рынки стран постсоветского содружества, к сожалению, тоже не остаются в стороне. Если посмотреть на баланс угля в Украине, то мы видим, что существует определенный дефицит. Дефицит, естественно, связан с рядом причин, которые вам всем здесь хорошо известны. Я не буду на них задалживаться. Это и потеря восточных активов, это и, собственно, плохая работа государственных шахт, ну и снижение месторождений, которые могут давать запасы угля, пригодные к использованию, либо их большая себестоимость, что делает невыгодной их добычу. Мы видим, что общий дефицит в периоде до 2023 года варьируется от 2,5 до 6 миллионов тонн. Если говорить о особенностях тепловой генерации Украины, то распределение выглядит следующим образом. 25% это тепловая генерация, 50% атом и 25% распределяются на, соответственно, гидро и возобновляемые источники энергии. Большинство тепловой генерации Украины потребляет уголь газовых марок, производимый на территории, соответственно, своей страны. Поэтому, если говорить об уникальности, то наша страна уникальна в плане того, что мы имеем запасы угля, недалеко расположенные от наших потребителей. Ну, типичный пример – это Павлоград и Доброполье, расположенные рядом с Приднепровской ТЭС и Запорожской ТЭС. Ну и климатические зоны, к сожалению, у нас не отличаются стабильностью для ветроэнергетики, для солнечной энергетики, и имеют ряд перепадов температур, в которые мы вынуждены компенсировать падение электроэнергии как тепловой, так и атомной генерации. Поэтому пока этот тренд остается. Я хотел бы немного рассказать о компании ДТЕК, как вертикально интегрированной компании. География компании крайне обширна. Мы представлены почти во всех регионах Украины. Основные направления работы компании – это добыча угля, обогащение, транспортировка. В основном активы угля у нас сконцентрированы на территории Днепропетровской и Донецкой области. Мощности генерации расположены в 8 областях. Второе наше направление – это стремительно развивающий бизнес по производству энергии из ветра и солнечных источников. Активы преимущества на юге, расположены преимущественно на юге Украины. Это и ветро, и солнечные электростанции. Ну и третье направление – это разработка газовых месторождений, которые в основном сконцентрированы на территории Полтавской области. Мы имеем также машиностроительный дивизион, который является как производителем оборудования для потребностей собственной угледобычи, так и является активным производителем оборудования для, соответственно, других стран. Я не буду отдаляться от темы доклада. Хотел бы сказать несколько слов о декарбонизации. Что это в понимании? В нашем понимании декарбонизация – это переход в глобальном масштабе к низкоуглеродному развитию современного мира путем сокращения, а в перспективе и полного исключения попадания в атмосферу выбросов парниковых газов, ну и минимизации, соответственно, их ущерба и снижения климатического влияния. Парниковые газы – это группа газообразных соединений, которые входят в состав атмосферы и практически не пропускают тепловое излучение, чем нагревают, соответственно, ту часть планеты, которая ими покрыта, ну и ведут к перегреву. Какие основные тренды мы наблюдаем в развитии энергетического сектора Европы? Ну, во-первых, было подписано в 2015 году 196 сторонами рамочная конвенция ООН об изменении климата, так называемое Парижское соглашение. В этом соглашении все страны обязались применять специальные меры тому, чтобы повышение общемировой температуры было менее 2 градусов Цельсия. Без мероприятий температура повышается на 3 градуса. Реализация этих требований, она имеет колоссальное значение в области устойчивого развития. Есть определенная дорожная карта, которая позволяет сократить выбросы и, соответственно, понизить температуру и укрепить устойчивость в изменениях климата. Основным и общим требованием Парижского соглашения касаемо Европы является следующее. Ежегодные выбросы парниковых газов должны быть снижены к 2030 году на 40% в сравнении с показателями 1990 года. И тепловая генерация должна снизить свои объемы со 156 гигаватт, это в 2016 году, до 55 гигаватт в 2030. Ключевой в этом тренде является развитие солнечной энергии. Как вы видите из слайда, она бурно должна уже к 2030 году заменить практически тепловую генерацию. Анализируя энергетический баланс Украины, мы можем сделать вывод, что текущая ситуация говорит о том, что все-таки угольная генерация продолжает оставаться игроком. И в 2030 году, естественно, доля угольной генерации начинает снижаться, хотя будет довольно-таки значительной, 25-35%. Доля ВИО может достигнуть к 2030 году практически 30%. Огромным стимулятором развития ветровой энергии является курс специального тарифообразования, который будет действовать до 1 января 2020 года. Ну и возвращаясь к теме доклада, предлагаю рассмотреть конкретные кейсы, которыми занимается компания ДТЭК в области модернизации с целью снижения декарбонизации. Ключевыми трендами в компании являются два тренда. Первый тренд – мы модернизируем тепловые блоки. Уже порядка 16 энергоблоков с 2012 года модернизированы. Это позволило выбросы СО2 снизить на 32%. Второе, компания очень активно и фактически лидирует в позициях строительства солнечных и ветровых электростанций. Мы первыми построили ветропарк в Запорожье. В прошлом году мы ввели Никопольскую и Трифоновскую СЭС. Общая мощность электростанций из возобновляемых источников в 2018 году составляла 610 мегаватт. В этом году мы имеем амбициозные планы увеличения этой мощности до 1 гигаватта путем введение Орловской ветростанции и Покровской солнечной электростанции суммарной мощностью 340 киловатт. Одним из перспективных зеленых направлений конкретно в угольном блоке являются когерационные установки. Первую мы планируем запустить на шахте «Степная». Это совместный проект вместе с компанией UMG, которая является дочерним подразделением компании СКМ. И где-то в конце 2019 года мы планируем запустить эту пилотную установку мощностью 1,5 мегаватта. И к 2025 году тиражировать эти установки на ряд наших шахт, как «Степная», «Западно-Донбасская» и «Юбилейная». Это позволит нам сжигать шахтный метан и преобразовывать его в тепловую электрическую энергию, тем самым снижать количество выбросов в атмосферу. Второй этап этого проекта – это автоматизированная система управления режимами дегазации. Пилот также стартует в 2020 году. Это позволит нам управлять автоматическими режимами дегазации, более эффективно производить коагерацию метана, получать большее количество тепла и большее количество электроэнергии. Проекты взаимосвязаны, эффективность здесь довольно-таки высокая, с учетом того, что внесены изменения в соглашение о арендных платежах. Тепловые насосы – это в какой-то степени и ноу-хау, и пройденный этап для компании. Мы занимались этой проблемой в 2012-2014 году, но, к сожалению, с изменением инвестиционного климата мы не смогли дальше заниматься этим вопросом. Введены 3 установки. Эта установка была на шахте Благодатная, она действующая. Установка на шахте Сташкова. К сожалению, мы потеряли установку на шахте Комсомолец Донбасса. Принцип этих установок, они позволяют использовать низкопотенциальное тепло грунтовых вод, ну или шахтной вентиляционной струи для производства горячей воды, а также холодного воздуха для кондиционирования помещений, ну либо это шахтные выработки на восточных активах, которые мы планировали, соответственно, охлаждать. Направление перспективное, я думаю, что мы к нему все равно вернемся. Следующее направление – это очистка шахтных вод. Наверное, можно сказать, что это небольшое влияние на декарбонизацию, хотя тоже эффект есть за счет исключения работы обычной стандартной цепочки по транспортировке и выдаче грязной воды из шахты, дальше ее очистки в прудах-отстойниках. Ну, огромный положительный эффект. Мы используем эту установку на шахте Добропольская. Регион беден водой, и дополнительный источник воды, позволяющий ее использовать как и для питьевых нужд, так и, собственно, для помывочных, либо каких-то хозяйственных нужд. Он приносит огромный позитивный, помимо эффекта декарбонизации, и репутационный имиджевый эффект. Естественно, мы не могли пройти мимо, соответственно, цифровизации производства. Я вчера присутствовал на координационном совете, который возглавляет Максим Викторович Тимченко. У нас есть ряд программ, общие названия – это цифровая шахта, цифровая тест, цифровая логистика, цифровой офис. Все эти направления развиваются, они позволят нам более улучшить управление производственным процессом, повысить требования и контроль за требованиями к охране труда, позиционирование людей в шахте. Соответственно, наши люди уже начинают ходить по рабочим местам с планшетами, на которых сразу можно понять и выполнение задания, и провести диагностику. Дальше идет предиктивная аналитика, дальше идет контроль качества, выдаваемого из шахты, дальше идет система управления цифрового офиса. Ну и в целом это все должно повысить и качество, и контроль за выполнением работ, безопасность в первую очередь работ. Ну и, естественно, повысить уровень компании, как компании, которая работает с передовыми мировыми тенденциями. Использование шахтной породы. Ну, наверное, вот те дипломы, которые мы сегодня получили, не были бы возможны без этого нового направления, которое мы разработали совместно с коллегами тогда еще Национального горного университета, теперь Технического университета, за что я им очень благодарен. 5 выработками мы перешли Богдановский сброс, соединили уже практически, соединена шахта Благодатная и Герои Космоса. Я думаю, в 2020 году мы уже начнем уголь добывать с пластаца 10 шахты Самарская. Помимо эффекта производства прирезки запасов к шахтам, мы имеем эффект снижения вывоза шахтной породы соответственно, на наши отвалы и уменьшение их количества за счет того, что мы эту породу используем при строительстве выработок, ну и, естественно, экономим как материалы, так и улучшаем нашу экологическую обстановку. Следующий тренд – это использование породы для рекультивации. Значительные запасы у нас расположены угля в пойме реки Самара, и это является основным нашим, так сказать, объектом внимания. Мы стараемся эти участки рекультивировать, стараемся максимально восстанавливать то, что мы использовали когда-то. Порядка 134 гектаров леса мы уже высадили за период с 2012 по 2018 год на тех площадях, которые подработали. Ну и в целом мы эту работу ведем постоянно и будем дальше продолжать ее вести, потому что там в первую очередь живут наши люди, и экология для наших людей является для нас первостепенной задачей. Ну, не могли мы пройти мимо такого направления, как электромобили. Компания, наверное, одна из первых еще, кто был в Донецке, помнит, что в 2013-2012 году мы уже пробовали электроавтомобили. Сейчас парк электроавтомобилей ДТЭК составляет 23 машины. Из них там часть машин у нас обслуживает офис, 5 авто работают в регионах Днепра, Павлограда и Запорожья, 11 ДТЭК-сети, которые обслуживают их ремонтные бригады. Мы занимаемся электрозаправками. У нас есть амбициозные планы покрыть сетью электрозаправок трассу Киев-Харьков и Киев-Одесса. И я думаю, что скоро мы начнем приезжать сюда и уже все будем ездить на электромобилях. И, как сказал у нас генеральный директор, что, наверное, так сказать, ключевым трендом будет, когда он сядет на электромобиль. Я думаю, тогда электротранспорт разовьется с огромной силой. В качестве более масштабного использования энерготранспорта мы планируем в этом году проект по электроавтобусам для наших людей, которые ездят на работу пока еще, к сожалению, на старых автобусах. Ну и энергоэффективность. Наша компания ДТЭК является, наверное, одним из инновационных холдингов, который практически предлагает массу вещей, нужных для того, чтобы мы понимали, что помимо траты электроэнергии, ее стоимости, есть огромное количество возможностей эту электроэнергию экономить. Это и модернизация систем освещения, это и частотные регуляторы на энергоемком оборудовании, система отопления, утепления зданий и сооружений. У нас есть даже такие интересные вещи, как коробки умный ватт, которые помогают правильно оценить расход электроэнергии и многое другое. Поэтому, естественно, мы не остаемся в стороне от всего этого и стараемся не только делать это в глобальном тренде, но и доносить это до каждого человека. Есть масса трендов, о них можно много говорить. Мы на этом слайде показали ряд таких ключевых направлений. Это метан в угольных пластах, получение жидкого топлива на основе метана, подземная газификация углей, оксидация шахтной вентиляционной струи, улавливание и захоронение углерода в недрах Земли. Но мы знаем, что есть еще масса вещей. Там на орбиту выходят многотопливные ракеты, мобильные телефоны уже распознают лицо человека в трехмерном виде. Какие-то действия на производстве повсеместно заменяют роботы. Уже практически используется доставка соответственно, товаров первой необходимости с помощью дронов, ну и масса разработок, которые в новом мире должны быть научными умами именно направлены не в сторону, допустим, доставки дронами, а, наверное, в сторону глобальных проблем, как проблемы именно декарбонизации. Ну и в заключение я бы хотел сказать, что мировая энергетика, она не стоит на месте, идет постоянная эволюция и развитие. И мы понимаем, поддерживаем и развиваем тренд декарбонизации как один из глобальных трендов, который наша компания, как лидер в мировой энергетике и в энергетике Украины, понимает и поддерживает. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Дякуємо. Шановні колеги, ми домовилися, що питання будуть потім, і буде дискусія, і буде перерва на каву, брейк. І можемо цим скористатися. До виступу запрошується Олександра Тамчак, координатор політики Євросоюзу щодо вугілля, ринків електроенергії і газу, Європейська комісія. Тема виступу – платформа вугільних і промислових регіонів в процесі трансформації. Сучасний стан, будь ласка.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I am honored and delighted to be able to present the Coal Regions in Transition initiative at this conference. It is the second time I was invited to Dnipro, so it's becoming a tradition now, and I'm very happy that now we can present a little bit of a progress on this initiative and to demonstrate also to the Ukrainian partners how this transition is happening in the European coal regions. I'm also delighted that Ukraine is now a participant in the platform for the coal regions in transition since our Director General, Mr. Ristori, committed that Ukraine should be part of this initiative 2 years ago when he came to Ukraine. I am the coordinator for the Coal Regions in Transition platform in the European Commission. I'm working with DG Energy, so the equivalent of the Ministry of Energy in Europe, but we're also cooperating very closely with other partners in the Commission, with people working on regional policy, on employment policy, on social policy. So this is very much a European Commission initiative and not just an initiative of the Directorate General for Energy, because it concerns not only the clean energy transition but also the economic development of the regions which are mining coal today in Europe. So let me say just a few words about why we think about the just energy transition and why this topic is so important for the European Union. I think it was already mentioned that 185,000 workers are directly employed in the coal mining industry in Europe, when we have 41 coal regions across 12 member states where coal is actively mined today. And as was also said by some predecessors, by Brian Ricketts, the decline of coal in the EU energy mix and this transition is nothing new. But the fact is that now this trend is clearly accelerating. And the last year was quite an important year. We had not only the establishment of the Coal Exit Commission in Germany, we also had the closure of the last hard coal mine in Germany, which was a very historic and symbolic moment. We also saw Spain closing down all of its remaining coal mines. And all these things happened in just 1 year. At the same time, we have, as was also mentioned, 15 countries in the EU that have committed to phasing out coal from the energy mix. For some, it's just a continuation of a historical trend, but for some others, like in Germany, this is actually accelerating a trend that is already happening. We also have had the elections to the European Parliament in May this year, and we have seen the largest vote ever recorded in Europe for green parties, which means that the citizens in Europe clearly want the European Commission, the European institutions, to focus on these environmental and climate challenges. And of course, the clean energy transition will bring new jobs. We estimate around 1 million new jobs to be created in the European Union until 2030. But we cannot turn a blind eye on the fact that the jobs in sectors such as coal production, peat production, oil shale production will be affected. And the main regions that will be affected are the top 5 regions in the European Union. I'm speaking of the EU now. And the first one is Silesia in Poland, 85,000 jobs in hard coal mining. It's also a region where I come from, so a situation I am quite familiar with. Another important coal mining region is Lausitz in Germany, very large lignite mining region. We also have southwest Oltenia in Romania, Marica Basin in Bulgaria, and Moravia Silesia in Czechia. These are the 5 biggest coal mining regions, and really most of the jobs in the coal mining sector are appearing today in those regions. And this, of course, raises the question, how do we manage this transition in a fair way? How do we manage it in a way which actually leaves these regions and the citizens in those regions with perspectives for jobs, for a good life, for welfare support, for economic development, for prosperity, so that these regions don't have to be depopulated and left behind. And that is why we created the Coal Regions in Transition Initiative. We launched this initiative at the end of 2016 with the objective to do two things. One is to help the coal mining regions develop transition strategies, and second, to help them identify and implement projects, concrete projects that they can start implementing already now, and to encourage and to demonstrate to the citizens that this transition can also bring opportunities to the regions. We don't have any specific fund for coal regions in transition, but we managed to convince our partners within the European Commission that we want to work with them and with the funds that they are administering. And this gives us access to cohesion policy funds, for example, and it's quite an important resource, because only in Poland we have 82 billion euros allocated for cohesion policy, so regional development policy, for the 7-year period between 2014 and 2021. We also have agreements with colleagues working on employment policy, that the resources they are administering will also be more easily and more flexibly channeled to those regions and to those projects that are affected. There are also a number of other funds and tools. I won't go into the details here, because these are the funds that are available for the EU member states. But in any case, it just demonstrates that it's so important to work across different ministries, across different resources, across different partners, and to try to tap into all the different resources that are available to tackle this challenge in a comprehensive way, from a social perspective, energy perspective, technology perspective, innovation perspective, etc. But next to this, we also decided to establish two pillars for this initiative. One is the platform for coal regions in transition, and the other one are the so-called country teams. And I will try to explain how it works and why we decided to do it that way. Okay. So why we established the platform? Basically, well, we as the European Union thought that we can add value wherever there are lessons to be learned across different regions. And we realized, traveling to those different regions, in Jiu Valley in Romania, in Silesia in Poland, and Auschwitz in Germany, that actually these places have a lot in common. When you walk around Dnipro, you can feel a little bit like maybe in Dortmund, or a little bit like in Katowice. There is a similar, perhaps similar challenges, similar issues of environmental protections, similar landscapes, and we decided that actually bringing these community together, the community of regional authorities, government representatives, company representatives, NGOs from those regions would be a good thing, because we could try to encourage them to exchange experiences. How do they tackle the transition in their own region? What do they do? How do they plan? How do they organize the dialogue with the citizens, with the trade unions? And I must say it has been, the launch of this platform was quite successful. Several of you have been able to participate in these meetings. We meet 4 times per year. We have 800 people who are actively registered to participate. Each time we have 300 participants coming to our meetings, and they happen in Brussels. We also have really good partnerships with organizations such as the World Bank, the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Bloomberg Philanthropies, and the OECD, which come to our meetings regularly and discuss with our stakeholders and with the regions how they can develop various projects together. So what is there for the coal regions in this platform? Well, First of all, you can learn about what the others are doing and the problems they're encountering. Second, you can perhaps come and find a new project partner because a lot of these projects are now opened to representatives from various member states and even beyond. And you can learn about financing and funding opportunities that are available for these projects. But most of the work is actually happening in what we call the country teams. So this is trilateral dialogue, the coal regions with the European Union, with the national governments. We sit down together and we decide what is a concrete action plan that we can together work towards the realization, and in that way we can support the transition in the coal regions. And today we are working on such basis with 19 coal regions in 8 member states. We have received over 100 project proposals from Germany, from Czechia, from Poland. And we are matching them with existing EU funds and sources of support. As a result of this work, we are now financing projects worth 1 million euros in Silesia. We're also financing projects worth 230 million euros in Czechia, in coal regions. We're also providing technical assistance for the development of strategies in Western Macedonia and Greece, in Trenčín in Slovakia, and in Jiu Valley in Romania. We have also got technical assistance for project development. And just to give you an example, we recently had a Polish coal region called Wielkopolska, Greater Poland, which is mining lignite. And the main, let's say, leader of this initiative there was a coal company. This coal company, ZEPAK, came to us with 20 projects with which they would like to turn their coal mining activities and coal use activities into clean energy activities, production of components for renewable energy technologies, deployment of a construction of a new wind park, investment in energy storage, in production of components for batteries. We are now discussing this list of projects with the region and with the company, and trying to see how we can use regional funds, EU funds, to support this vision, because it is indeed a very ambitious vision. And I think if there is one way in which also this conference can contribute to such a discussion, is to see how industry, how academia, active so much in the coal mining sector, can be part of this transition. What sort of projects you would be ready to develop to be part of this process. We have also recently launched a dedicated secretariat for this initiative. It's a secretariat composed of a consortium of Ecoris, a consultancy based in Brussels, Wuppertal Institute from North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany, Climate Strategies, which is a London-based think tank, and ICLE, Local Governments for Sustainability. And they will prepare a series of reports and toolkits which will assist the stakeholders, the regions, local authorities, coal companies in developing reskilling strategies, strategies for transition, governance arrangements for these strategies, and all these resources will be available online. So this will also be available to stakeholders in Ukraine. The Secretariat will also provide technical assistance for the coal regions. So this is something we will launch very soon. We already have a lot of sources for technical assistance, but they will fill the gaps wherever we are not yet present. We will provide this opportunity through the Secretariat. Indeed, we're going to be tomorrow. We're going to have a dedicated discussion on this issue, and I'm very delighted and happy that the organizers put this issue so high on the agenda of this year's conference. Tomorrow we will have a dedicated roundtable on the economic diversification of the coal regions in Ukraine. We have a great agenda with international financial institutions, including the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We will hear about best practices from Europe. We will have representatives from the Donetsk regions, from the towns, and it's very encouraging to see that this is now becoming also a subject for Ukraine, and that this is so actively put high on the agenda. So this is part of our, let's say, future perspectives. As the European Commission, we would like to help export this initiative, help export this approach, because it's all about the communities living in the coal regions and seeing how the companies as well can get on board. What are the business opportunities there? So we are very happy that Ukraine is, of course, part of this, and will continue participating in the platform. We have our next meetings in July on the 15th and 16th in Brussels, then in October, and then we have an annual political dialogue in the German coal region of Lausitz in Görlitz. It will be a very important meeting because we will have the new commission there, hopefully, the new members of European Parliament for sure. It won't be an easy discussion because we know that Lausitz is facing important challenges, and we might face difficult questions, but that's why we're here, and that's why this initiative is here. So if you have any questions or comments, I will be here for 2 days, so please don't hesitate to come and speak to me. Thank you.
Дякуємо вам. І останній виступ перед оголошенням перерви. Запрошується до виступу професор Карстен Дребенштедт, Фрайбурзька гірнича академія, Німеччина. Тема виступу «Трансформація вугледобувних регіонів. Досвід Німеччини». Пожалуйста, Карстен. Можете по-английски, как удобно. Да, по-английски, как хотите.
Так, доброе утро. В Германии мы приветствуемся с горняцким приветом «Glück auf». In English it's more easy, hello, everybody. So I consulted with the chairmans, we will speak in English or in Russian, and they decided in Russian or in English. Everybody have translation from English to Russian? Okay, so then I will use the slides in English, and maybe later if there are questions we can shift to Russian language. So I will introduce a little bit to what's happened in Germany. It was listened in the previous presentation several times that something has happened, especially in the coal industry. And I will speak especially about the second and third phase, which concerns lignite mining, when we have a mine closure period starting 30 years ago and is not finished up to now. And we spent billions of euros for this. And then I will speak about what's happened with the new plans to finally close lignite mining in Germany in the next 20 years. To have an idea about the energy sector, everybody focus today on electricity, and because coal is mainly used in this sector, and everybody thinks that if we deal with coal mining, then we solve the problems of climate change and CO2 emissions. But it's a big mistake because more than 75% of energy even consumed in heat and transport sector and not in electricity. So we need a comprehensive approach and not only focus on coal, but on other hydrocarbons, for example, sources of energy. If we look at the coal, we have not only a sector in heat and in electricity, but of course we have the sector of metallurgical and chemical products, and this is very often forgotten. And if we once start to speak about coal in a bad manner, then maybe is closed the path to other coal use opportunities. So that's why we must differ careful for what coal is needed, and coal is a very valuable mineral, not only for the energy sector. Yes, we try since 2001 in Germany, and this is 18 years, to make a so-named energy change. And yes, again, it's an electricity change. That's why the impacts are very low. You can see this green sector in primary energy is 13% today. So even more than 50% of energy sector is still based on coal and oil and gas. So this shows that it's a very hard way to change an energy system, and there are a lot of problems behind the new energy sources. If you see in the general development of electricity consumption, this is on the right side here, this graph, you can see that over 30 years, a change in general energy consumption is not really visible. So this means since 30 years, we try to improve the energy efficiency, and really we are very successful in lowering the specific amount of energy we need for GDP, but in the same time, we have an increase in production, and especially digitalization, especially the use of electricity in mobility increase the demand in electricity. And this means we not shift really. We have the same level of energy demand over 30 years, and a real reduction, which means a reduction in electricity demand, we can not see. And this violet graphs here show you the targets, and we will never achieve the targets of reduction of electricity consumption if we do in the manner like we started. In electricity sector, we can see real progress of renewables, but it's not, let's say, driven by wind and solar. We have enough capacities, more than to deliver the needed electricity to whole Germany, but even only in a few moments. And a big part in renewable energy have biomass, because biomass is available around the clock, and that's why it's a real opportunity, and it's developed fast. But we are in a limit because you can't produce biomass unlimited, so we have natural climate limitations for this. So you see the sector is now 31% in electricity production, but again you see here the lignite sector, the hard coal sector, the gas sector, and the nuclear, and this together is a 65%, and like was announced before, even in 3 years, we will close this nuclear sector. We go down here in the hard coal sector, we will close the lignite sector, and there is no strategy, and this is wondering, or I'm surprising about this, there is no any strategy how to shift. There are wishes or dreams or maybe announcements, but they are not real strategies how to change the electricity and energy system. Another interesting correlation is the relation between the sources of energy, which obviously changed here with the renewables or alternative sources of energy, and the energy price. And you can see that we have here an increase in 50% in the last years, and this will further increase. Electricity becomes very expensive, and this is the number of households here per year is reached roughly 400,000. They are cancelled from electricity supply because I can't pay the bill. And you can expect in the rich Germany, 400,000 families, 400,000 households are closed from energy supply because they can't pay the prices. I think this is not a healthy development, and this is the other side of the task of an energy change. I come to the coal industry. If we look at geology, we find coal in sedimental basins. That's why mainly here in this part of Germany and in the Voralp regions. And if we look in the coal map, we see even the hard coal basins, which are closed even in the end of the year, last year. And we see here the lignite basin in the middle of Germany with expected reserves, which reach several 10 billion of tons. So the richness of coal reserves in lignite is only in the permitted deposits roughly 30 to 40 years. And for hard coal, we have the reserves for hundreds of years, but they are deep and expensive to mine now. But this is a challenge for science to find technologies for the future to make these resources available. The lignite production has different phases. The main development starts after the Second World War, and you see an increase up to more than 400 million tons per year, even like a basic energy and heat and chemical resource in Germany. With the change of the political situation in the world in the 1990s, with the fall of the Iron Curtain, of course, we have access to international markets, and the isolation of nations was not more happen. And then you see the drop down of the coal consumption here, significant, dramatically, you can say, in a few years, from 400 million down to 180 million. What is the level up to now over the last 20 years? And this means a transformation was necessary. In hard coal, I will not go too deep because of time limits, but you can see that we come from a high level here. In the 60s were mined more than 150 million tons of hard coal, and the conditions are similar to the Donetsk basin, in the Ruhr basin, and even now we go down to zero. And the same shows the employment goes down to a few hundred now, and the graph here in the bottom shows that even coal is more than electricity. Even we see the metallurgy sector is very important. And we have no solution, for example, for this part of coal, how to shift. Yes, you wonder why we close the coal mines and we contribute still 14% to the electricity production in Germany. Yeah, this is because nobody mentions that every ton we close in our own country, we import for other countries. So I think this is not a real solution. If we say proud, we close the mines and we contribute to some climate change, we nothing contribute. We contribute more to climate change because we import the coal now and we have additional the emissions from transport. So from my point of view, there are some things are running which are not estimated really. And that's why this mine closure concept, I will explain later, comes into power maybe in 20 years. There are a lot of reasons why to keep mining, and especially coal mining, in a region. This was shown in the previous presentations. There is so much benefit coming from this kind of industrial work. These are jobs, valuable jobs, directly, indirectly. This is a sponsorship, this is our taxes, this is development of infrastructure, this is education. And I'm a professor for mining, and I'm appointing from the coal mining industry to be a professor because there was a wish to have a man from industry in the university who can contribute to the development of the sector. There are so much things coming from mining, but people are not involved in this process. They think, and I think Brian said right, sometimes you have the impression that we make coal mining to make trouble with the people. And so there is a completely wrong picture. And what we shall do, this is another aspect, and what we start now in Freiberg is to establish a center for industrial and raw material awareness. We must start in the kindergarten and in the school to teach the children again for what the world consists of, and that minerals are, even for electricity and heat, have the same importance like bread and water for our day-to-day life. The children not learn it in the school. They forgot completely where our life is coming from. And without these basics, we are not able to build up a future. So that's why one thing is to say we are not satisfied with the situation. Another thing is to say what we can do. And what we can do is to work with the young generation, to work with the children, to work with the teachers, to work with the students. They will become a teacher, to write the school books, to have the right content, that the children learn about the real world, not only about some fantastics or some selected points about demography or something like this. The previous slide, and this correlates, if we look to the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, you will not find one point where energy not plays a role. Of course, the main in the center here is payable, affordable, and clean energy. And we are working on this, and we can make a lot of things better. But if you look to other aspects, like education I mentioned, or look at infrastructure and innovations, look to questions of water supply, how you will supply water without minerals, how you will build cities without minerals. And so a lot of things are interconnected, and if you have an industry, you will not have poverty, you will not have hunger, and so on. So a lot of things are interconnected with the mining, and especially with coal mining, and so we are not in a contradiction with the mineral sector and coal sector to the Sustainable Development Goals. We are a part of the solution. And it's surprising that United Nations know about, but even our own population don't know. So and then we have the protests when people occupy mines and demonstrate, destroy the equipment, manipulate the equipment, and so on. It's a question of education and right information. So we have different phases I still mentioned. One started, let's say, 30 years ago. This is mine closure and hardcore mining. Then we have this dramatically drop down in lignite mining. And then we have the third phase, which is now starting the change for the next 20 years. And even I will show you very short about the second phase, and then more detail about the third phase. We see that in this mine closure period, in 2 to 5 years, we are closed 32 mines and 47 industrial sites where coal was processed. This was a very big impact you can expect, and you see 135,000 jobs were reduced to 7,000. This means to 5%. And this change have a lot of details I can't discover here, but even there was mentioned that for core transition exists a special platform. Of course, I applied to one of the consortia, but we not win. So we have a lot of experience behind, and it makes sense even to collect it and to share it, how to do it, especially the social problems. So these are some countermeasures. I will not go in detail. Maybe I'll change the batteries. Oh, yes, I want to say you, or show you this slide, because we undertake a lot of money was spent, a lot of attention was spent to reconstruct the mining regions. But nevertheless, we see the dramatic demographic development in these regions. The town Weißwasser is located in this Lausitz mining region, and there is still operating one huge power plant with a 2,500 megawatt installed capacity and 2 mines running around. And even you can see what was happening in the last 25 years. The population is less than 50%. So this mine closure even led to the fact that the people leave the region, even who is mobile, thanks infrastructure, thanks mobility, they leave for other jobs, and this is not a good signal we see in another city where another coal refining plant and power plant is installed, is still in operation with 2,000 megawatt and one huge mine. They lost, of course, a half of the population. So we are not able to solve all social problems, because if people going out of a region, they will never come back. And one of the treasures of a region are the people. They can contribute to their development. We will not see these pictures like ghost cities. Okay, they can have a touristic attraction later. We visited this in Australia. We can have these pictures, how to use cultural heritage from mining. This is around Europe very popular, and a lot of historical core regions become a heritage, even from the worldwide importance, and they are used for cultural and historical, for research and other events. But this is only a part of the solution. If we look at the Lausitz, Lusatia mining district, which is impacted by a lot of mines, you can see only mines occupies 234 square kilometers. This is only the disturbed land which is not reclaimed in an area which is 2,000 square kilometers. Then you can imagine that it's not a task to close one mine, but it's a task to close the whole region. And I think is the same what is the challenge, for example, with the Donetsk basin here in Ukraine. So all these pictures of damages belongs to the past. And this is why the people enter the mines and say, close the mines, please, because they associate mining with some bad things from the past, and in Germany and in worldwide. And we must change the pictures in the mind of the people. And I will show you how it can look like. These are some technologies. I will overjump. But this is a picture of mining, because in this area you miss nothing. After mining, only the coal. And the people are living here. They are today very happy to have very valuable ground, that they have a lot of attractions around for water sports, for recreation, for nature observation, for fishing or something else. So mining destroy nothing. Mining create new opportunities, new possibilities for the regions. This shall be the message, and not the pictures of destroyed landscapes in between, which has really happened, but which is not the target. It's not the final point of mining. So we see a lot of areas for nature preservation. We see a lot of areas for cultural events. Here, some old equipment is arranged in a like of theater, and then you have some cultural events here inside, like the Colosseum or like this. We can see parks for recreation on mine sites. We can see race areas for Formula One in mining areas, because they are remote. They are cleaned up, everything which was cultivated before, and then you can establish something which is not so, let's say, good to combine with a densely populated region. Yes, visions. We have such an international construction exhibition in these mining areas to build up ideas for the future. And a lot of these projects were realized later. So that's why mining is more than only a picture of destroyed landscapes. Mining is a very important issue, and we can, in transformation, show about this. But lessons we learned are that this is a long-lasting process. Even we close the mines since 30 years, and it's not finished. We have new problems created, because when the groundwater rise up, we have different challenges with high groundwater in houses, in settlement areas, for example. We have deformations of the land surface and other issues. So we must control these events and after mining. And so we learn from new technical and geomechanical, geochemical challenges, water contamination. Since 30 years we clean the water which is running out of the mine, and we will do it another maybe 30 years, because it's not an action of or build a treatment plant, but you must operate it even over decades. And this is a challenge. We must think about the finance, who is responsible, and in Germany this is clear, responsible is a mining company. So now was a decision what to do with coal in the future. And I explained to you that there was not really a big jump to reduce the CO2 emissions in Germany. And what we did in CO2 emission even was by close down of the existing power plants. So the policy comes to the decision, oh, let's close and the last of the coal power plants, because to shift off means we have in the next moment a CO2 reduction. And this is more easy. Is more easy than to deal with the 40 million car holders or with 10 million ownerships of houses and flats in Germany, and to explain them that they shall reduce their consumption behavior. So it's more easy to say we shift off one power plant than we have immediately a result. A lot of people are coming together to decide when we will close down. And they come to the conclusion that we will do it after 20 years. This is the light of compromise, because in 20 years some of the mines closed naturally, normally, because of exhausting the coal. But some of the mines will still run longer. And so 20 years is, from politicians, there is no really a background you can define it. It's political decisions. They don't need an explanation about. But it's interesting that there are some stops in 23, 26, and 29, even to review there is a result of these measures or not. And what is important is that, look at this point, that there is an agreement that to not have the picture of moving out of the people of the region, but to develop now, before mine closure, the regions in alternative industry. And therefore was a decision to spend every year 2 billion euros. Over 20 years is 40 billion euros. Even now, this money is spent to have an alternative industry before we shut down the coal industry. I think this is the right approach, so we learn something from the lessons of the last mine closure period. And in this way, and a lot of other issues are necessary, this means mine closure is not done in 1 minute, but it's a long-lasting process. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо. Уважаемые колеги, надзвичайно цікаво були виступи, і ми впевнені, що в перерві, яка зараз буде оголошена, буде дискусія, будуть запитання, а в перерві за участю мера міста Панчжоу, Китай, буде демонструватися короткий фільм, сюжет про це місто, про цю цікаву вугледобувну провінцію Китаю. Оголошується перерва до 11:30. Після перерви перший виступає Ільдар Салеєв. Перерва. Кофе-брейк.
Так, отлично.
贵州，古人类发祥地之一。30万年前，人类在此繁衍生息。盘州，全国100强县，西部10强县，地处贵州西部，素有滇黔索要的美誉。沪昆高铁贯穿全县，1小时之内直达春城昆明，省会贵阳。这里全年平均气温15.2摄氏度，冬无严寒，夏无酷暑，是中国最美生态旅游示范区，国家全域旅游示范区。在世界古银杏之乡妥乐村，千株古银杏跨越1000年，千户人家与古银杏林相依相守。妥乐人用自己的勤劳和智慧，为这树根上的村庄谱下华美乐章。青石小桥，潺潺流水，人安家乐，树村相和。乌蒙大草原，海拔2857米，巍峨磅礴。滤镜般的高原湖泊，倒映着乌蒙群山之巅，壮美辽阔。10万亩高山杜鹃，点缀着贵州海拔最高、面积最大的天然草场。四季在云雾中悄然变换，高原风光让人流连忘返。滑翔伞、马拉松、音乐节，乌蒙草原用热情演绎着快乐时光。100里之外，盘江之源，天山飞瀑，珠帘倒挂，映照出娘娘山湿地公园，西南第1高原湿地的秀美。鬼斧神工的喀斯特地貌，造就古老神奇的天生桥。交叠起伏的千峰山峦，守护着这片隐士净土。沿江而下，世界上最大的古人类洞穴遗址——盘县大洞，30万年来在此沉淀，默默守望着盘州古城。
щоб там ректор сидіти і, може бути...
古城楼，范家公馆，盘县会议会址。历史的尘埃，薪火相传。丹霞山、护国寺、贝叶经，香火1000年，从不曾间断。火，彝族人的精灵。火把节，古老民族的热情。6个世纪的岁月更迭，盘州人 循着古人足迹，悉心照料保护着家园。新民梯田，贵州龙的故乡。万亩梯田层层而上，跌宕起伏，宏伟壮观。古朴有节的生活方式一脉相承，风光旖旎的山河田园独守一方。戈索河陆家寨，千年榕树坐落山涧，苗裔子孙乐居热土，八音作唱，弦吟低鸣，人与自然和谐共兴。沿河向南，云上竹海，碧波荡漾，竹根深处，山溪清凉。3万亩竹林成就夏日阳光里的清新凉爽，生命在这里轮回，青山相伴着绿水。达拉仙谷，七彩花田，湿地公园，湖畔酒店，创意农业和乡村旅游相得益彰，绿色发展让古色村寨留住最美时光。险峻、神奇、秀美、古老、神秘、热情，美食、美景、美宿、宜商、宜居、宜游，4通8达的交通，秀美的闺中景色，清凉的避暑胜地，这就是原味贵州，这就是世界古银杏之乡，精彩盘州。
Хорошо. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Прекрасно. 1.
Донецксталь объединяет потенциал 8 предприятий и опыт почти 10 тысяч сотрудников, чтобы перерабатывать уголь в продукт премиум-класса. От изготовления металлоконструкций и строительства шахт до производства концентрата коксующегося угля. Каждый этап производства.
Фотосессия, фотосессия. Мне надо, чтобы фамилия автора.
贵州，古人类发祥地之一。30万年前，人类在此繁衍生息。盘州，全国100强县，西部10强县，地处贵州西部，素有滇黔索要的美誉。沪昆高铁贯穿全县，1小时之内直达春城昆明，省会贵阳。这里全年平均气温15.2摄氏度，冬无严寒，夏无酷暑，是中国最美生态旅游示范区，国家全域旅游示范区。在世界古银杏之乡妥乐村，千株古银杏跨越1000年，1000户人家与古银杏林相依相守。妥乐人用自己的勤劳和智慧，为这树根上的村庄谱下华美乐章。青石小桥，潺潺流水，人安家乐，树村相和。乌蒙大草原，海拔2857米，巍峨磅礴。滤镜般的高原湖泊，倒映着乌蒙群山之巅，壮美辽阔。10万亩高山杜鹃，点缀着贵州海拔最高、面积最大的天然草场。四季在云雾中悄然变换，高原风光让人流连忘返。滑翔伞、马拉松、音乐节，乌蒙草原用热情演绎着快乐时光。100里之外，盘江之源，天山飞瀑珠帘倒挂，映照出娘娘山湿地公园，西南第一高原湿地的秀美。鬼斧神工的喀斯特地貌，造就古老神奇的 天生桥。交叠起伏的千峰山峦，守护着这片隐士净土。沿江而下，世界上最大的古人类洞穴遗址——盘县大洞，30万年来在此沉淀，默默守望着盘州古城。文庙。古城楼。范家公馆。
Может, давай я что-то буду говорить?
盘县会议会址。历史的尘埃，薪火相传。丹霞山、护国寺、贝叶经，香火千年，从不曾间断。火，彝族人的精灵。火把节。古老民族的热情。6个世纪的岁月更迭，盘州人循着古人足迹，悉心照料，保护着家园。新民梯田，贵州龙的故乡。万亩梯田层层而上，跌宕起伏，宏伟壮观。古朴有节的生活方式一脉相承。风光旖旎的山河田园，独守一方。戈索河陆家寨。千年榕树坐落山涧，苗裔子孙乐居热土，八音作唱，弦吟低鸣，人与自然和谐共兴。沿河向南，云上竹海，碧波荡漾，竹根深处，山溪清凉。3万亩竹林，成就夏日阳光里的清新凉爽，生命在这里轮回，青山相伴着绿水。达拉仙谷、七彩花田、湿地公园、湖畔酒店，创意农业和乡村旅游相得益彰，绿色发展让古色村寨留住最美时光。险峻、神奇、秀美、古老、神秘、热情，美食、美景、美宿、宜商、宜居、宜游，4通8达的交通，秀美的闺中景色，清凉的避暑胜。
Донецксталь объединяет потенциал 8 предприятий и опыт почти 10 тысяч сотрудников, чтобы перерабатывать уголь в продукт премиум-класса. От изготовления металлоконструкций и строительства шахт до производства концентрата коксующегося угля. Каждый этап производства под нашим контролем. Шахтеры Донецкстали добывают 4 миллиона тонн черного золота. До конца года мы увеличим этот показатель на четверть. Мощность нашей обогатительной фабрики позволяет перерабатывать более 8 миллионов тонн угля в год.
Увага, увага, будь ласка. Ми зараз продовжуємо нашу роботу. Зосереджуємося. Шановні колеги, увага, ми зараз продовжуємо. Перед початком я хотів би повідомити, що йде пряма трансляція по інтернету на Європу, тому наші зустрічі, наші доповіді, ваші акценти будуть слухати не тільки в Україні, а за межами України. Ми починаємо другу частину нашого пленарного засідання, власне, продовження. І до виступу запрошується Ільдар Салієв, генеральний директор «Донецьксталь», металургійний завод. Тема виступу – реалізація екологічної політики компанії як важливий фактор стабільності і вирішення актуальних проблем економіки. Будь ласка.
Добрый день всем, добрый день, участники. Компании «Донецксталь» приятно участвовать на таком мероприятии, и приятно первый раз быть совместно с компанией ДТЭК и с Дніпровською політехнікой, с организаторами данного мероприятия. Дабы немножко, скажем так, кто не знает, лучше познакомиться с компанией «Донецксталь», прежде чем переходить к теме, связанной с декарбонизацией, или к теме, связанной к влиянию на окружающую среду. Небольшой ролик о том, кто такая компания «Донецксталь», что мы из себя представляем. Просьба запустить, чтобы я помолчал.
Донецксталь объединяет потенциал 8 предприятий и опыт почти 10 тысяч сотрудников, чтобы перерабатывать уголь в продукт премиум-класса. От изготовления металлоконструкций и строительства шахт до производства концентрата коксующегося угля. Каждый этап производства под нашим контролем. Шахтеры Донецкстали добывают 4 миллиона тонн черного золота. До конца года мы увеличим этот показатель на четверть. Мощность нашей обогатительной фабрики позволяет перерабатывать более 8 миллионов тонн угля в год. Это в 3-4 раза больше, чем любое другое предприятие страны. А угольный концентрат, который мы производим, по качеству не имеет аналогов в Украине. Сегодня Донецксталь является крупнейшим инвестором угольной отрасли Украины и важным налогоплательщиком. В 2018 году компания пополнила бюджеты всех уровней на 2,5 миллиарда гривен. В 2019 году мы в половину увеличим инвестиции в рост добычи, модернизацию и развитие предприятий до 2,7 миллиарда гривен. Инвестиции в промышленную безопасность составляют почти 200 миллионов гривен. Мы установили современную систему проветривания, дегазации и утилизации шахтного газа. Внедрили систему аварийного оповещения персонала. Больше 176 миллионов гривен. Столько инвестировала Донецксталь в социальную сферу за прошедший год. Мы вкладываем деньги в инфраструктуру городов присутствия, здравоохранение, спортивные и образовательные программы, помогаем пенсионерам предприятий. Компания «Донецксталь» продолжает реализацию энергосберегающих и экологических проектов. Мы запустили установку по регенерации бытовых стоков на обогатительной фабрике, а уголь транспортируем самым экологичным способом. Наша когенерационная электростанция перерабатывает более 53 миллионов кубометров шахтного газа в год, что позволяет не только производить электричество и отапливать помещения шахты, но и снижать выбросы углекислого газа. Промышленные запасы угля предприятий-партнеров Донецкстали составляют 200 миллионов тонн. Мы продолжаем строительство новых объектов. В эти минуты наши проходчики строят новый воздухоподающий ствол, крупнейший проект в угольной отрасли независимой Украины. Донецксталь. Инновации, безопасность, рост.
Ну, это, собственно, вкратце о том, что на сегодняшний день из себя представляет компания «Донецсталь». И переходя к теме моего выступления, хотел бы остановиться немного о том еще, где присутствует «Донецсталь», потому что регионы присутствия, они для нас очень важны, мы не находимся в вакууме. Здесь вы можете увидеть, преимущественно наши предприятия находятся в таких городах, как Покровск, Мирноград, это Донецкая область. Также наши предприятия находятся в Курахово, и одно из предприятий находится в Днепропетровской области, в городе Никополь. Города присутствия, наши города присутствия, это более 100 тысяч человек проживающих. Если говорить за сотрудников наших предприятий, то это 11 тысяч человек. Плюс к ним еще порядка 35-40 тысяч это члены семей. Преимущественно проживаем, опять-таки, два города. Это город Покровск, Донецкая область, и город Мирноград, Донецкая область. Два города рядом друг с другом находятся. Поэтому вопрос воздействия на города присутствия, воздействия на окружающую среду, воздействия на социальную сферу этих городов, оно находится в периметре приоритетных направлений развития компании «Донецсталь». У нас есть 4 такие основные направления. Технологические инновации, которые направлены на повышение эффективности угледобычи, обогащения, производства концентрата коксующихся марок. Мы на сегодняшний день в этом вопросе в производстве концентрата коксующихся марок крупнейшие в Украине. Второе направление – это экологическая безопасность, и наши вопросы, и я бы рассматривал вопрос декарбонизации и нашей конференции на сегодняшний день не как вопрос затухания угольной промышленности, потому что для Украины, для Донецкого региона, для Донбасса это вопрос в первую очередь развития. А вопрос декарбонизации – это вопрос применения эффективных технологий для эффективной выемки этих запасов, для не только минимизации негативного влияния на окружающую среду, а наоборот для позитивного влияния на окружающую среду, и это возможно. И сегодня в первой части об этом говорили, и я думаю, еще и дальше будем об этом говорить. Промышленная безопасность также в периметре 4 приоритетов. И социально-частное партнерство с городами присутствия, с громадами, в которых живут, работают наши сотрудники, в которых находятся наши предприятия. Более подробно на экологической безопасности. Это у нас один из приоритетов. В этом году мы утвердили экологическую политику компании «Донецсталь», которая направлена на повышение стандартов в области влияния на охрану окружающей среды. И здесь нами движет не просто какие-то законодательные нормы и не просто вопросы, связанные с соблюдением каких-то отраслевых стандартов. Мы перед собой ставим новые горизонты, ставим новые планки. Мы смотрим на европейский опыт, на европейское законодательство в этой части, так как на сегодняшний день Украина полностью интегрирована в европейское сообщество. Реализованы уже ряд проектов, связанные с минимизацией негативного влияния на охрану окружающей среды. И в ролике мы говорили о утилизации метана и о когенерационной установке, которая работает на шахтоуправлении Покровском. Это позволяет снижать выбросы метана. Здесь на графике вы можете увидеть динамику по снижению выбросов метана. Суммарная мощность когенерации, когенерационных установок составляет порядка 18 мегаватт-час, обеспечивает существенную долю потребности в электроэнергии непосредственно шахтоуправления Покровское. И на сегодняшний день, несмотря на то, что этот проект уже реализован достаточно давно, на сегодняшний день мы смотрим развитие этого направления, развитие когенерации, так как у нас новые горизонты, мы строим новые блоки, и нам необходимо эффективно утилизировать метан, так как шахта у нас метанообильная, эффективно утилизировать метан на новых блоках, на новых горизонтах. Помимо выбросов метана, мы, безусловно, инвестируем и в улавливание, и в сокращение негативного воздействия и по другим сопутствующим выбросам, сопутствующим веществам. За 2017-2018 год валовые выбросы загрязняющих веществ снижены на 23,5 тысячи тонн. Котельные, которые мы используем для отопления, которые отапливают воздух в стволах, поступающие в шахту, они работают на сегодняшний день на углях газовых марок, поэтому вопрос эффективной очистки дымовых газов от этих котельных – это тоже один из приоритетных направлений. На сегодня уже улавливается от 60 до 90% твердых частиц, которые связаны с работой котельной. На сегодня реализуется нами проект по повышению фильтрации, по повышению эффективности фильтрации и установки второй ступени газоочистки для того, чтобы повысить эффективность улавливания до 99%. Помимо вопросов, связанных с негативным воздействием на атмосферу, с негативным воздействием на воздух, есть такой же вопрос, о котором сегодня говорили, это вопрос шахтных вод. Шахтные воды, безусловно, присутствуют. Имеются пруды шахтных вод, которые на сегодняшний день полностью обеспечивают ограничения от сброса шахтных вод в внешнюю окружающую среду. Но мы пошли дальше. У нас на сегодняшний день работает уже механическая установка по очистке шахтных вод. И часть шахтной воды, она используется как промышленная вода и в условиях шахтоуправления Покровска, и в условиях обогатительной фабрики нашей Свято-Варваринской, для системы орошения, для системы, которая используется для работы на породном отвале, для увлажнения породного отвала. Поэтому у нас на сегодняшний день порядка 30-40% шахтной воды обратно возвращается в промышленный цикл. Если дальше говорить о тех экологических проектах, которые мы реализуем, то это утилизация отходов углеобогащения. Может быть, это не совсем красиво с моей стороны, но я считаю, что на сегодняшний день наша обогатительная фабрика и технологии, которые используются на обогатительной фабрике, одни из самых эффективных не только в Украине, но, я думаю, и в Европе. Начиная от транспортировки угля, уголь транспортируется на более чем 5 километров. Одним из самых безопасных для окружающей среды способов это канатно-ленточный конвейер с отсутствием какого-то распыления, с отсутствием возможности негативного влияния на рядом находящиеся сельскохозяйственные угодья. Второй вопрос – это, безусловно, твердые отходы, это породные отвалы. Во-первых, начнем с того, что на сегодняшний день технология обогащения, которая используется на нашей обогатительной фабрике, позволяет получать зольность породы обогащения, то есть тот один из основных показателей эффективности обогащения на уровне 90%. На этот год стоит планка 91%. То есть практически весь уголь, который мы добываем из недр, практически весь уголь, он улавливается и идет в угольный концентрат, который дальше используется на металлургических предприятиях. Если говорить, возвращаться к вопросу воды, технологическая вода, как я уже сказал, это технологическая вода, частично связанная с шахтной водой. Также у нас одно из наших преимуществ, у нас абсолютно отсутствуют жидкие отходы обогащения, у нас отсутствует хвостохранилище. Технология позволяет обезвоживать породу до такого состояния, до такого уровня, что она вся складируется на породных отвалах. Точно так же мы на сегодня используем и хозбытовые стоки, у нас нету выбросов хозбытовых стоков. Все хозбытовые стоки, вот здесь представлено в левом нижнем углу, это наши очистные, которые позволяют хозбытовые стоки полностью рекуперировать и полностью возвращать обратно в бытовые, в производственный цикл, в технологический цикл. Поэтому в этом вопросе мы тоже не стоим на месте и идем вперед. Но мы понимаем, что реализация наших программ, наши программы не только с точки зрения развития технологической, но и с точки зрения развития в вопросах охраны окружающей среды, в вопросах развития безопасности. Это, безусловно, непосредственно связано с городами присутствия. Как я уже сказал, на сегодняшний день мы активно развиваемся, поэтому вопрос развития социальных громад и вопрос развития нашего региона для нас очень актуальный, и он активно обсуждается, стоит на повестке дня. Я думаю, более подробно мы еще об этом поговорим завтра в рамках круглого стола. Но привлечение молодых специалистов, удержание молодых специалистов, создание необходимых условий для проживания, а не только для работы – это та задача, которую, к сожалению, самостоятельно бизнес не может решить, поэтому это вопрос активного сотрудничества и с городскими громадами, это активное сотрудничество и вынесение ряда вопросов и на общегосударственный уровень, и ряд вопросов, в которых необходимо, наверное, участие и опыт и европейского сообщества. В частности, у нас есть два таких актуальных социальных проекта. Один из проектов – это спортивный комплекс «Олимп», так как очень большая часть населения, и это, наверное, общеевропейский тренд, в целом взрослеет, средний возраст увеличивается, необходимо в том числе возможности для восстановления, возможности для реабилитации. И вот тот спортивный комплекс «Олимп», проект которого на сегодняшний день профинансирован и проектная документация создана за счет компании «Донецсталь», и часть уже инвестиций осуществлены за счет компании «Донецсталь». Это один из тех проектов, который требует вот такого совместного решения, так как он направлен не только на решение вопросов бизнесовых, он направлен на решение вопросов социальных. В тот проект, который мы разработали, он предусматривает, что это спортивный комплекс, предназначенный в том числе для реабилитации инвалидов, и у нас в планах есть, чтобы это стало одной из таких баз в целом для всего региона, не только для Покровска и Мирнограда, но и для всего Донецкого региона. Второй такой социально важный проект, над которым мы думаем, но и который, опять-таки, безусловно, необходим совместного решения и совместного участия, это сброс канализационных вод. К сожалению, на сегодняшний день есть с этим проблема и в городе Покровске, как, впрочем, наверное, и во многих городах, и не только шахтерских городах. К сожалению, инфраструктура городская устарела. Если говорить за наш город, за Покровск, то коллектор физически изношен, и на сегодняшний день частично сброс источных вод, они имеют возможность попадать в реку Казенный Торец, которая соединена с такой важной для Донбасса водной артерией, как Северский Донецк. Почему важной? Потому что более 20% Северского Донца, он используется и как питьевая вода, потому что есть канал Северский Донец-Донбасс, и используется частично как рекреационная зона. Поэтому снижение негативного влияния на эту водную артерию – это актуальный вопрос. И это тот проект, который требует, скажем так, активного на сегодняшний день, активной интеграции, активного объединения усилий. И он направлен, еще раз повторюсь, не только на решение вопроса отдельно Донецстали, отдельно Покровска и Мирнограда, он направлен на решение социальных вопросов в целом такого мощного угольного региона, как Донбасс. Еще раз повторюсь о том, что вопрос влияния на окружающую среду и тема, наверное, декарбонизации для нас это больше как возможность нахождения новых решений, нахождения новых практик, нахождения новых совместных усилий, то есть новых партнеров по решению тех или иных вопросов, которые стоят не только перед Донецсталью. И мы на сегодняшний день, участвуя здесь и будучи в соорганизаторах этого проекта, говорим о том, что добывать уголь можно эффективно, обогащать уголь можно эффективно, угольные предприятия в регионах присутствия, они могут рассматриваться и могут быть не просто как какой-то технологически негативный фактор с негативным влиянием на громаду, на сообщество, а как тот драйвер, который ведет за собой изменения как с точки зрения промышленного, так с точки зрения вопросов окружающей среды, так и с точки зрения социальных вопросов, которые стоят на повестке дня. Ну, у меня все. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо. Дякуємо. Дякуємо вам. Наступна доповідь про правові основи реконверсії вугільних шахт в Україні, підготовлений спільно з професором Олександром Шашенко і Маріною Пашкевич. Буде виступу, запрошується професор Марина Пашкевич.
Hello, let me extend the warm welcome to all participants of our conference and share main ideas of our research, legal aspects of coal mines reconversion in Ukraine. Speaking about the reconversion of coal mines in Ukraine, which are mostly basic pillars in social, economic and environmental structure of the territory, we can speak of reconversion of regions with many years of intensive coal mining. In spite of the positive connotation of the term reconversion associated with development, in practice, the reconversion of coal mines can be reduced to their closure with large-scale economic, social, and environmental problems. The question arises, whose responsibility is the reconversion? The owner, local government, national authorities? The reconversion of mines in Great Britain, Belgium, USA, Germany shows that this is a complex and long-term project which first of all requires consistent efforts of all stakeholders, from the mine's owner to the government and from individual mine workers to local NGOs. But the main thing is that the reconversion requires consistent legal framework, which is the key to effective interaction between the above-mentioned stakeholders. For example, from 1989 to 1998, 100 billion Belgian francs from European, national and regional funds were spent on reconversion of mines in Belgium under two specific programs. What is the result? Reconversion almost failed. In the first program, because the reconversion was completely controlled by a private company, which allocated money among small, most profitable projects and did not take into account the social aspects of reconversion. And in the second program, which was controlled by local authorities due to political struggle of government institutions. Having analyzed the legal acts in Ukraine, we found the following problems. The lack of the national strategy for the reconversion of coal mines and regions. The current policy framework for developing the coal industry of Ukraine up to 2020 cannot be considered a strategic document, since the main articles of the concept are fully focused on solving the main task: getting rid of the state budget of inefficient, subsidized coal mines of the state form of ownership through privatization. Before the expiry of the concept remained the year, but to talk about reconverted regions and coal mines is still not necessary. While the soft integration of coal mining regions and mines into the social, economic, and environmental fabric of the state should become part of the state development policy and be considered one of the budget priorities, at the state level, there is no vision of mines and regions after reconversion. What should be their specialization in the economic structure and how to achieve this? For example, in Germany, the reconversion of North Rhine-Westphalia in the Ruhr region, which mines 3.5 million tons of coal per year and was rightly called the heart of the German mining industry, became part of the government's policy of switching to electricity from renewable sources. Despite the fact that replacing traditional sources of energy with renewables has serious opposition from skeptics, to the end of 2018, in the region of North Rhine-Westphalia, over 50 years, 100 mines were still closed and 350,000 jobs were lost. These figures themselves show that the problem of reconversion cannot be solved without a state strategy and legal framework. Another problem is the fragmentary ideas of reconversion instead of a pool of business projects. The third, a weak network of stakeholders united by a specific legal and organizational model in which their interests are coordinated and tasks are clearly assigned. The fourth problem, the absence of a legal framework for the reconversion. The legal field of Ukraine on this issue is a range of separate mentions of so-called depressed regions and mine reconversion in some regulatory documents, or contains a number of other tools that are not directly related to mine reconversion but which could be used for it. If you look at the regulation that the last 3 years on the portal of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, you'll see that they are related mainly to the provision of state guarantees for the obligations of mines being in the state ownership. All those problems make it impossible to develop state-level projects that could be submitted to receive grants from European funds, as was the case in Belgium, since reconversion is expensive. For example, the German mining company RAG, on its commitments to reconversion since 2019, intends to spend 220 million euros. It's obvious that in the realities of Ukraine, neither the state budget nor the private owner possesses such resources, and we need the support of international funds. But additional financial opportunities for the reconversion of mines and regions in Ukraine are lost. What is the vision of a solution to the problem of the reconversion of coal mines and regions in the Dnipro University of Technology, which since 2010, together with DTEC, has been conducting research in the field of post-mining? On the one hand, even Germany, the reconversion lasted 50 years, in the UK 30, in Belgium 10. Then it's difficult to predict how many years Ukraine, with its current stable coal industry, may need to do this. After a certain number of years, mine closure will become widespread, and then the scale of the economic, environmental, and social catastrophe is difficult to imagine. On the other hand, talking about the immediate closure of the clothes industry in Ukraine is clearly premature. It's necessary to take a differentiated approach to each mine and consider, instead of 2 decisions on reconversion, to close or not to close, 3, to close, not to close, or to give second life. What can its second life be connected with? We can close the mine in 2 cases, due to physical exhaustion of the minerals or because of the too high cost of coal and its environmental failure. We must not forget about mines that cannot be closed due to their constant work in the water pumping mode in order to avoid flooding of the territories. They urgently need to be given a second life. Therefore, government decisions on the reconversion should be balanced and supported by broad legal framework. But we are convinced that the establishment of reliable legal framework should begin with the technological core of the solution to the problem. That is, the legal acts should be based on a clear understanding of the platform of innovative technologies and how they will make it possible to use the resources of closed mines in a new way, and what projects can be implemented with their help. Thus, the legal framework of Ukraine requires a reset based on the following principles: recognition of the reconversion of mines and regions as part of the state policy, adoption of a public-private partnership model, multi-industrial coverage to create a platform of the technologies in different fields of knowledge. Business goals are first, but with taking into account social and environmental consequences. Favorable investment climate for the regions to be reconverted, and maximum use of organizational models already established in law. However, despite the gaps in the legal framework of Ukraine, the study of its elements, as well as the analysis of existing innovative technologies that could be applied to abandoned mines, made it possible to integrate the technological and legal aspects of the mine reconversion in a complex Synchro mining project. The Synchro mining project is based on the idea that synchronously to a mine's main activity of the minerals extraction, independent business projects can be implemented from the same open technologic platform. All technologies of the synchro mining platform provide the use of the available resources and assets of the mine, such as unmined coal, water, gas, solar energy, wind, underground cavities, surface and underground assets, and etc. As a result, it's possible to obtain in a profitable way additional products, synthesized gas, energy, clean water, and agricultural production. Then the potential of the mine can be estimated not only from the standpoint of the coal reserves, but also of other economic opportunities that this mine can provide. The tasks that the synchro mining project solves are as follows. In the social field, new job opportunities, decreased level of migration, and develop entrepreneurship initiatives. In the environmental field, recovered landscape, introduce system for monitoring the state of human health, waste-free management. In the economic field, innovative business projects, technology transfer, favorable investment climate, research and production clusters. Benefits for investors consist in prolonged profitable mine operations and diversified investment portfolio. The benefits for the region are reduced to prolonged operations of the city-forming mine and avoidance of local social and economic crisis at its closure, ensured stable revenues to the budget and reduced unemployment. At present, the following businesses can be included in the synchro mining project: underground generation of gas, generation and distribution of green energy, a water treatment plant, greenhouses, recycling of materials, an entertainment and service center, park museum, technoland, a shopping area, a logistic warehouse in underground cavities and surface buildings, as well as other projects. The institutional and legal model of the synchro mining project can integrate the ways that the science and industrial parks operate, which are set in Ukraine's legal framework. A science park regulates the relationship of science and business in matters of intellectual property. The industrial park regulates the relations of technology developers, business, and local authorities in matters of the provision of incentives for doing business in its territory. Any mining company could also be a co-founder of the science park and at the same time managerial company in the industrial park. Benefits provided by the law of Ukraine industrial parks include targeted financing on irrecoverable basis, interest-free loans at the expense of the state budget, tax incentives, the right to lease land at a minimum rent, no import duties on equipment, materials, etc. for park activities, favorable regime for issuing permits. In 2017, in Pavlograd, on the initiative of the Dnipro Regional State Administration, the 18th and the largest industrial park was opened in Ukraine. Currently, the Dnipro University of Technology could initiate an interdisciplinary working group to develop the state policy framework for the reconversion of coal mines and regions. The presented synchro mining project could form elements of the policy framework. In order to test the elaborated organizational and legal recommendations, it would be possible to start the implementation of pilot reconversion projects at the Biletskaya and Stashkov mines in Pavlograd right now. And all these could be in the form of a public-private partnership project with the possibility of submitting it to European funds, as was done with the Zollverein mine in Germany. In 2001, this mine was recognized by UNESCO as part of the World Cultural Heritage. Today, there are about 50 enterprises of the creative and digital industries, a design university, and a business incubator there. Some former mine workers became tour guides, others reassigned from the mining sector to the rapidly growing sector of energy storage technologies. To summarize, we note the following important points. First, the problem of reconversion of mines and regions will sooner or later affect Ukraine. Reconversion should be given the status of a state policy. The existing legal framework of Ukraine for reconversion needs to be improved with a focus on incentives for investors to implement high-tech business projects in the organizational models of science and industrial parks. Since reconversion requires significant financial resources, it's necessary to develop national-scale reconversion projects that could be submitted to European funds. The Synchra mining project could, on the one hand, be the basis for developing a national policy for reconversion of mines and regions, and on the other hand, practical recommendations for the pilot project in the specific mines of Pavlograd. We offer to open a dialogue on these issues among all mentioned above stakeholders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Спасибі, щиро вам вдячні. Шановні колеги, ми щиро вітаємо і запрошуємо до виступу Вольфгама Месінгера, генерального консулу Федеративної Республіки Німеччини. Тема виступу – підтримка Німеччини для Сходу України, енергетична трансформація, соціальні питання. Будь ласка.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the invitation, and thank you very much to DETEC for the invitation to speak. DETEC is Ukraine's leading mining and power generation company, and it considers the country's future against the backdrop of decarbonization. This is, on the one hand, necessary in view of global goals of mitigation climate change. On the other hand, I think it's still a very courageous way forward in a country that depends heavily on coal for energy generation and will do so for quite a while. And it is not obvious for a country like Ukraine to abandon coal quickly as a source of energy, as the reserves are abundant and the industry is still working profitably. We have to consider these particularities of each country if we want to make fair assessments of the policies pursued in different countries. When I prepared my speech a couple of weeks ago, I wanted to focus on Germany's activities in eastern Ukraine with special emphasis on energy and social policies, just like the title in the program. But reading the foreword to the program and listening to many speeches earlier this morning, I thought it would be probably fitting to explain, as a representative of the government of Germany, the federal government of Germany, what the notion Energiewende, the change of energy policy in Germany, really means, and to defend what some people sometimes criticize as compromises, which are not necessarily always based on science, but on a political balance of people who who take over the responsibility to bring different opinions together. That this is not always based on pure science is because the scientists don't have to be elected, the politicians have to be, and this is in a democracy better way. So, what does Germany want to achieve by the Energiewende? We want to secure reliable energy supply with affordable and cost-effective energy and environmentally sound energy. A country of engineers which advertises itself as the Land der 1000 Ideen, we have the knowledge and the technologies to achieve that. At the same time, we can lead the way to other countries who want to follow a similar path. We should not forget that we are all bound by the Paris Agreement to carbon reduction goals. We have set ambitious goals, which will be hard to achieve, no doubt about that, especially against a still strong lobby favoring fossil fuels. We have a 3E strategy: energy efficiency, energy saving, and erneuerbare Energien, renewable energies. And it's not unrealistic. On the opposite, our companies are more than ever in the forefront of new developments in manufacturing and in saving energy, and so they are actually also reducing the dependency even in metallurgy and other industries on coal and fossil fuels. There are still some lame ducks in this strategy, like transport, which is very difficult to convince people in Germany to switch, and the open cast lignite coal mining, which can only be justified for a transition period. I was surprised to see in Mr. Drebenstedt's presentation, at the same time, showing lignite in work and the nice places of recultivation. You cannot have both at the same time at the same place. You either stop production and then you reconvert, or you continue production and then the results of reconversion will not be seen by the actual current generation of people, only by the next one. So you can't have both at the same time, and this is a political decision, and we have decided to continue for 20 years, but this is a compromise. You may not find a scientific base on that, but this has to be put together so that our energy policy finds the support of the majority of the people in our country. In Ukraine, we have many reasons to continue for quite a while with coal production. In Germany, we have opposite reasons to finish it, the sooner the better. Especially because of energy security and independence, because the more and more renewable energies we use, the less and less we become independent. The less and less we become dependent on energy imports. And I wish that even those who favor fossil fuels would respect these different choices of different communities and countries. If in this context, DTEC is also the leader in the installation of renewable power stations in Ukraine, especially wind and solar power stations, it shows that this company's foresight to work in parallel on the present and on the future. We are living in a highly politicized environment of energy policy. Policies even influence now traditional trade routes, as we can see especially in eastern Ukraine. And this requires that all stakeholders work together. I may give you one example. In Luhansk Oblast, the Luhansk Oblast depends almost entirely on the Shastya power plant, which still operates on anthracite coal, which has now to be imported from Russia. This is politically highly volatile, as you can imagine, so switching to other sources is necessary and urgent. Gas is too expensive. Gas coal could only be supplied by connecting the power station through new railway lines of around 70 kilometers with gas coal mines in Pavlograd and elsewhere in the Ukraine. This is a project building 70 kilometers new railway lines to supply gas coal to Shastya. That should be a combined project, a PPP project between DTEC and Ukrainian Railway. But so far I have not heard anybody talking in this sense about this project. Now coming back to the subject given to me by the organizers, namely Germany's efforts in supporting Ukraine, focus on energy transformation and social issues. I would like to stress that we are in the middle of one of the most successful transformations of the history of Ukraine, the reform decentralization. This reform is a perfect tool for completely changing the setup of the Ukrainian society. It allows municipalities to decide their own way forward, depending on local specificities. Decentralization favors also decarbonization, as both are tools to develop local communities and to give them responsibility for their own development. Therefore, we concentrate our support measures on small and medium-sized communities, helping them through technical assistance programs of our development agency GIZ to elaborate energy saving plans and plans to develop local energy management. As we consider that it is not necessarily in the interest of the country that also renewables industry will be in the hands of a few oligarchs, we support municipalities in all three directions: energy efficiency, energy saving, renewables. We spread our experience that our success in this field was related to the fact that many people benefit from them as small shareholders in production companies or as house owners with solar panels on their roofs, paying less on energy or even receiving small income by selling the energy to the grid. We know it is a long way to achieve that, to achieve such a dense structure of renewables in Ukraine. In the meantime, we also support Ukrenergo in the field of energy saving with measures like improving main transformer stations and enhance the efficiency of the grid. All these measures are geared to help Ukraine now, but also to prepare Ukraine for a time beyond coal. This time will not be tomorrow, so it is important to improve on the existing coal industry facilities. But let me say this, if Ukraine wants to be a coal country in the future, and if coal industry shall still play a big role in Ukraine's economic and social life, it is not acceptable that in Ukrainian coal mines under the control of the Ukrainian government, more than 10 miners die on average every year. That more than 200 coal miners are injured every year in work-related accidents. And all that against the backdrop of ever-increasing pay arrears to those miners. I don't think that will enhance the reputation of coal industry in this country. Preparing for a time beyond coal also means to be honest to the population in the mono-industrial towns of Donbass, Krivbas, and other coal or iron ore regions. To continue training young people for this business alone cannot be the source of professional careers for these people in the areas mentioned above. Government and industry have an equal responsibility for making the young generation fit for other businesses and professions. This is a long-term prospect, but it needs to start now. That is why one of our new assistance programs is supporting the vocational training and labor offices in Ukraine. Coming back to one of the main reasons why decarbonization is a vital goal, this is mitigating the climate change. Ukraine will possibly achieve their CO2 reduction goals prematurely, but mainly as a consequence of the economic crisis and not as a result of ecological investment. This should not deter Ukraine from making more efforts, especially in order to improve efficiency and the environment. But to this day, the effects of climate change on Ukraine are still not well studied. Just last week, the Consulate General organized a conference about climate adaptation in Ukraine. To our big surprise, there are hardly any climate change mitigation plans in the country, and we organized the conference together with an NGO from the town of Kamyanske, who managed to convince their town government to adopt such a plan. Especially towns with a high concentration of air pollution should concentrate on this issue, from town planning, how to allow fresh air to blow through densely built-up areas, to vegetation, which trees are still fit to survive the new climate reality. All these issues have to be addressed, and it would be good if the government took over some leadership to advise municipalities on it. I'm sure the donor community is ready to support it, especially through the many town twinning partnerships that exist. The ecological situation of the country is another dire issue. I've been traveling extensively in the last 4 years through the 5 eastern regions of Ukraine, and I have been witnessing the dangerous air that people have to breathe in many of these towns. If parents are concerned about the health of their children just because they play outside of the apartment, I doubt very much that in the long run, these young families will stay in the region, even if there are jobs. The situation adds to the tendency of emigration. So it is in the best interest of companies who are responsible for air, water, and soil pollution, and in the best interest of the government to improve on this situation. Because even if you invest in new production lines, but there won't be any people to operate them, this doesn't make any sense. All the above mentioned issues show the state of transformation in which Ukraine finds herself in at the moment. But I'm an optimist and I firmly believe that Ukraine can develop into a prosperous, safe country striving to fulfill European standards and values with an active and tolerant population. And Germany has committed itself to support Ukraine on this difficult path and will stay committed. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо, господин консул. Завершающее выступление этой части пленарного заседания. К выступлению приглашается Лукаш Калиновский. Это подразделение экономического анализа и финансовых инструментов Еврокомиссия. Стратегія декарбонізації ЄС, вплив на вугільний сектор. Будь ласка.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. I feel honored I can speak at this conference, even though I fully realize that speaking about decarbonization at a coal conference might not be the best way to start a friendship, but I will try. I will speak about the European strategy, the vision which the Commission prepared last year for the years between now and 2050, and my presentation will be divided into three parts. I will start with the overview of the strategy of whys and whats, and then I will go through the energy-related aspects, and then to economic impacts. Can I have next slide, please? Thank you. What is the vision for 2050 that we prepared? It's a proposal by the Commission for the strategy for the European Union until the year 2050 on how to achieve deep levels of greenhouse gas emissions reduction between 80% in 2050 and climate neutrality. Climate neutrality being understood as deep cuts at the level of at around 95% of greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990, and then balancing the remaining emissions with negative emissions or the sinks. This proposal, why do we look at such deep greenhouse gas emissions reduction in 2050? Because this is in line with the Paris Agreement, to which the EU and all its member states committed. This vision prepared by the Commission is not a legislation. It's not a central planning document. It sets the direction of travel, if you like. It proposes the levels of decarbonization, as I said, in line with international commitments, and it sheds light on deep transformations on the way across the economy, not only in the energy sector, but also in industrial sector or transport or buildings or agriculture that would be necessary to achieve this ambition. Next, please. The strategy rests on 7 building blocks. The first one being energy efficiency. There is still high potential in the European economy that we see for further energy efficiency, in particular in buildings. The second building block is deployment of renewables. Over the last few years, we have seen spectacular decreases in terms of costs of certain categories of renewables, like onshore wind, like solar PVs, and we've seen that deployment of these renewables, the investments in renewables, went up in the last years. Then we looked at other sectors than energy. We looked at mobility. We looked at transitions in the transport sector, in the industrial sector. We also looked at the necessary development of infrastructure. We looked at the agricultural, if you like, and land use part of the economy. And then, because you cannot reach climate neutrality, you cannot reach the balance between emissions and sinks without carbon capture and storage, we also looked at this technology, even though it's not the most popular among the public currently. Next, please. We started, this was a modeling exercise We used a number of economic energy system models to try to construct scenarios which would lead us to these assumptions that I presented. But we started with looking at where current policies by the European Union and its member states lead us. And of course, the European Union is not at the beginning of the road in terms of cutting emissions. It has already cut emissions by over 20% while growing the economy. And it also has a legislation for 2030 with ambitious targets for greenhouse gas emissions, 40% reduction, for renewables, 32% share in 2030, and then for energy efficiency with a share of 32.5%. So our first step was to look where these policies take us, and then whether we can reach with these policies the deep cuts in emissions. And the reply was that this baseline scenario does not lead us the full way. It takes us long way, but not the full way to 80%. It takes us to around 60%. Now, one of the categories of policies that we kind of programmed in the model were also member states' policies. And as you know, some member states in the European Union decided on nuclear phase-out. Some member states in the European Union decided on coal phase-out. This we also have taken into account in the baseline. Next, please. From the baseline scenario, we constructed 8 scenarios which reach these levels of deep decarbonization, including net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Why 8 scenarios? Because we don't know the future. We wanted to see what might happen if one or the other technology that exists today, that is emerging today, could be deployed. So you will see that the first scenario was based on deep electrification of the economy. But there could be an alternative. There could be a deployment of hydrogen in some sectors where electrification is difficult. You could even go further and think about production of synthetic fuels, synthetic gases, or even synthetic liquids. Then we looked at scenarios which focus more on the demand side measures, on pushing energy efficiency to high levels, or pushing circular economy measures such as material substitution or recycling rates to high levels. And then we combined these drivers of decarbonization in most ambitious scenarios, the last 2, which reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Why 2? One of them focuses on technology options. How can we get there with technology only? While the other one assumes behavioral change between now and 2050. This behavioral change will have impacts on the cost, and I will get there further. Next, please. I will now focus on the results of our modeling exercise related to energy. Next. And I'll start with gross inland consumption, or if you like, the energy mix. You see a few bars here. The first 2 bars show you the situation in 2016 and then 2030. And then the middle, the third bar shows you the results of the baseline for 2050, so current policies. And you have 3 bars for these decarbonization scenarios. The green part, the growing part, this is the part which is delivered by renewables. So very clearly in all scenarios, including the baseline, the deployment of renewables is going up to over 60% of energy mix. At the same time, the brown part, which exists basically in the first 3 bars, this is solids. This is basically coal. Coal is going down already in the baseline scenario, so based on current policies in the European Union, and then it basically disappears in the energy mix in the decarbonization scenarios. The yellow part, which continues to have its share, this is nuclear. There are member states in the EU which use nuclear, and they declare they will continue to use nuclear. This is the source of energy which is a no emission, no greenhouse gas emission source. And then what is also interesting is the bottom gray part. This is fossil fuels used for non-energy uses, used as feedstocks in industry. Actually, in 2050, in our scenarios, this is where the fossil fuels, which are currently the majority of the energy mix, they are being used. Next, please. Let's have a look at the demand side. The upper part of this graph in dark blue shows you the total final energy demand, and you will see that compared to the current levels, so the second bar, there is decrease by almost 50% in some scenarios. This shows how deep, how high the energy efficiency potential in the European economy still is. Now the lower part, when you look at the light blue part, this is electricity. Electricity providing final energy. You see how much it's growing. It's becoming the dominant, by far the dominant source of final energy demand, with some demand satisfied by biomass, some demand satisfied by hydrogen or by e-fuels. Why electrification? Next, please. The electrification of the economy is driven in all scenarios by the deployment of renewable sources of energy. And you see here that in the decarbonization scenarios, in these 8 scenarios, we see the deployment of renewables in electricity sector, in power generation, going up to 84%, with the remaining part basically provided by nuclear. So that's the electricity mix, if you like, dominated by the renewable energy. Obviously, all this requires the deployment of storage to much higher extent than today. New technologies need to be developed, but this doesn't require breakthrough technologies. This doesn't require the technologies that we don't know of today. This requires the technologies which are emerging today. This is the conclusion of this slide. Next, please. Obviously, electrification of the economy requires higher power generation, power production, and power generation capacity. And here you see how high it needs to be in our modeling exercise. And actually, we compared it with other modeling exercises that are being prepared currently, and we land more or less in between different estimates. But what you see here is that the future generation capacity would need to be, in the European Union, would need to be basically 2.5 times, up to 2.5 times higher than today. 2.5 times. This is huge. Does it mean that the EU will import its electricity heavily in the future? Not necessarily. When you look at technical potential of some renewable technologies in the EU, some scientific literature today says there is no need for imports. Some other literature assumes that even though there is technical potential in the EU, there would be an economic case of importing electricity, for example, from the south. But our vision does not deal with deciding whether the electricity will be imported or not. What we clearly see and what we state is that there would be much higher need for power generation than today. And you see the brown part, this is the tiny part, and becoming even smaller, this is the part for fossil fuels, which basically remain in capacity, in generation capacity, but mostly in reserve in 2050. And this is also because the carbon capture technology that was a high bet a few years ago due to public acceptance reasons is not, and also cost effectiveness vis-a-vis renewables, which are becoming cheaper, is not such an attractive option as a few years ago. So CCS, compared to our previous studies, has left space for deployment of renewables. Let's have a look at economic aspects. Next, please. Still next, thank you. The investment needs. Obviously, this deep transformation across energy, across transport, and across industry requires very high investments. We are speaking here about figures of more or less 500 billion euros per annum. These are huge numbers, but how can we put them in the context? If you like, today in the EU, the level of investments in the energy systems is 2%, transport investments excluded. What we are looking here is these 500 billion, more or less, is up to 2.8% of GDP, so it's of the future GDP. So it's higher than today. These are higher levels. The strategy, the implementation of this strategy, of this vision, would require high investment efforts. There would be a need to unlock private finance, because obviously this would be mainly private finance going to these sectors, to these projects. But at the same time, what we see is that 2.8% is not a level of investments unseen in the past. This is not something which is a precedent. These levels of investment were seen in the European economy before. Next, please. A quick zoom on where these investments are needed. And here in this table, you can see in the last column that the biggest number of around 230 billion goes to the residential sector. And together with tertiary, which is also buildings for services, not only residential buildings, this is where the highest potential is. Energy efficiency in buildings. Today, buildings consume 40% of energy in the EU, and all the studies show that this is a very high potential for decreasing the future energy demand. Then two categories with also high investments, power grids and power plants, obviously the transition of the energy sector itself. And then also 22 billion, the transition of industrial applications, production processes, and also business models. What this slide also shows is that when you look at the CIRC scenario, the one which pushes circular economy further, you see that the costs are higher, obviously, than at the baseline, than with current policies. You need to have additional investments, but they are much lower than in other scenarios. So circular economy measures are keeping costs in check, and in the most ambitious scenarios, when we compare the one which pushes technology more, and then the other one which assumes some behavioral change, you also see in the last two columns, so basically in the right bottom corner, you see significant difference in cost. Behavioral change has a potential of cost reduction. Next, please. A few words on macroeconomic aspects with a focus on fossil fuels. First, the general macroeconomic aspects. Would this transition be a drag on the economy? Would it slow down the European economy? As I said, we also looked at the results of economic modeling, and we see that in any case, the results would be moderate, and then depending whether there is space in the economy for additional investments, whether we assume that the economy over these 30 years would work at full capacity or it wouldn't work at full capacity, the results are slightly different. If we assume it works at full capacity, then obviously the investments in these sectors would replace investments elsewhere, and you would have a slightly negative effect on the GDP. But then if you assume that there is no full capacity, that there is a space for additional investment, then there is a positive effect up to 2%. This has to be put in the perspective of the economy growing in the model of at the pace of around 70% over these 30 years. So give or take, it's minus 1% or plus 2, moderate positive effects overall. But the situation is different when we look at different sectors. And next slide, please. For the sectors which are marked in red, for the fossil fuel related industries, and this obviously includes coal mining, the effects in terms of output, are negative, and deeply negative. We see that it could go up to minus 50% of output. In other sectors, the changes, the figures are lower, with positive changes in the energy sector itself, in the electricity sector itself. But even those small numbers, they hide deep restructuring inside these sectors. Energy-intensive industries would need to be restructured very deeply. Manufacturing industries also are looking in this vision at deep changes. But very clearly, the most negative effect is on the fossil fuel industries. Next, please. The employment impacts. Obviously, when output goes down, there is also negative impact on employment, and in some of our in some models that we use, this impact could be minus 60%, negative up to 60%. But then you see also a circle at the left bottom corner. This circle shows the share of employment in mining and extraction in the EU. It's very, very small compared to total employment. It's a fraction of a percentage. So there would be negative effects for this particular industry. When you look at the global picture, the picture is much, much more nuanced. What is also a nuance is the table on the right. We see that when we look at the age structure in mining and extraction industries, you see that in the years up to 2030, there would be kind of natural change stemming from the age structure in these industries, meaning that quite a fraction of the employees that are employed in these sectors today would retire. So this obviously is not a solution, but it lightens a little bit the picture, the negative picture that we see here. Next, please. This leads me to discussing briefly the social dimension of the strategy, probably the most important dimension when we look beyond the results of the modeling. As much as at the global level, these transitions, these necessary transitions don't look like an extremely significant challenge, as a challenge which is impossible to bear. When we look at some sectors, when we look at some regions, because some activities are focused in some regions, then very clearly the burden needs to be shared. And this is where we see, and the strategy is very clear, and it recognizes that all relevant policies, in particular social policies, but also the European budget and the policies of the member states need to be deployed to the fullest to assist this transition in some regions. And I believe you heard in the morning the presentation on the European initiative for coal regions in transition. This is one example. Obviously, this is not everything. There are many policies which also focus on reskilling, and reskilling is definitely one key aspect of assisting this transformation in the regions, in the sectors for which potential effects are negative. Next, please. And just transition is the most, this social dimension is the most important aspect of many more aspects. The whole enabling framework needs to be deployed if such a vision is to be implemented. And currently the European leaders are discussing this vision, and if they support it, then very clearly many policies, as much European as national policies, from taxation, from research and innovation, from industrial strategy, the trade policy, I mentioned the social policies, I mentioned the European budget, they all need to work in the same direction and in coherence in order to make this transition happen and make it happen at the least cost possible. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Уважаемые колеги, ми практично завершуємо першу частину до перерви на обід програму нашої конференції. У нас є можливість задати питання нашим колегам, основним доповідачам, виступити з репліками, застереженнями, з можливими заявами. І так, перше, є питання, запитання до наших колег? Нема. Бажаючи з відповідною акцентом висловити деякі позиції. Що цікавого, що подобається, як будемо рухатися далі? Нема. Шановні колеги, від імені оргкомітету дозвольте подякувати щиро сердечно нашим колегам, представникам Європейської комісії, Єврокомісії за чудові системні виступи. Я думаю, що ми запам'ятали виступ Родисіни Петрової, Олександри Тамчак. Для нас було цікаво вислухати виступ Лукаша Колінського. Я впевнений, що ми запам'ятаємо, і для нас це важливо, виступ Михайла Барабаша, директора ДТЕК Енерго з видобутку вугілля, Ільдара Салєєва. Ми щиро вдячні також генеральному консулу Федеративної Республіки Німеччини Вольфгангу Месінгу, вдячні нашому колегі Карстону Дрепенштету, який представив, на наш погляд, цікавий і важливий виступ з досвіду Німеччини. Але більше всього, вибачте, нас вразив виступ генерального секретаря Європейської асоціації Брайана Рікетса. Давайте щиро їм подякуємо. Ми впевнені, що ці виступи необхідні кожному з нас для аналізу, для оцінки ситуацій, критичної ситуації, формування інноваційних проєктів і позицій, які пов'язані з розвитком технологічної революції 4, індустрія 4, що продемонструвала наші компанії, наші європейські колеги і одночасно компанія ДТЕК Енерго і компанія ДТЕК Сталь. Впевнені, що ці матеріали будуть цікаві для цільової підготовки фахівців. В нашій залі зараз будуть також присутні студенти, науковці. Університет системно працює в цьому просторі, використовуючи всі можливості практичної цільової підготовки на кращих підприємствах європейського рівня, в Україні, Німеччині, Польщі, в Австрії для отримання нових знань і нової генерації фахівців, які будуть продовжувати ці важливі кроки щодо трансформації вугільної галузі в умовах декарбонізації. Шановні колеги, у нас є можливість піти, зробити перерву на обід. Якщо у вас нема заперечень, то обід зараз буде вам запропонований, надзвичайно цікаво підготовлений. Зберемося о 14-й годині для того, щоб зрозуміти, як ми з вами пообідали, як ми зустрічалися, дискутували. Будуть в цей час переговори, обговорення, дискусії. І з вашого дозволу, модератором в наступній частині нашої основної програми буде Юрій Чередніченко, генеральний директор компанії ДТЕК Добропілля-Вугілля. І перший буде його виступ. Давайте йому подякуємо за участь у нашому засіданні і побажаємо плідної роботи. До зустрічі! Бон апетит!